vaccines.
We get to see him, but you know what? We won 2-0. We'll take it.
We'll take it. Okay, tell me about this crew from Australia. You guys come from Sydney, but you live all over the world.
Yes, we came from Sydney. Seattle, home away from home.
Yeah, we're from Sydney. We gave up all our rights and freedoms, but we're here to watch sports ball. Woo!
How important is it to you guys to show some love and respect to the U.S. team? Because I've never seen fan bases get along like this.
It's all love. It's good competition, but it's all love. Thank you for having us. Thank you for hosting. All love. We love the U.S. fans. They love us. Let's party. Yeah.
Yeah.
Diego Luna should have been here.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But what do you
Break out the champagne and vaccines, boys.
They've never, since 1930, it's the first time since 1930 they've won back-to-back games of the World Cup.
Nothing better. Nothing better here. It was an amazing experience here, and Seattle couldn't have done it better here.
Where are you both from?
St. Louis. St. Louis.
And how long have you been a fan of the U.S. men's team?
Since we were born, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
What does it mean to host the U.S. men's team here in the U.S.?
It means everything. It means everything. Don't be lucky. Don't be lucky.
It's hard to go against him because you don't dislike him at all.
Great guys. Great guys.
What was the most memorable moment inside the arena for you, inside the stadium for you?
I think it was the national anthem, man. Goosebumps down there. It was amazing. Being here for the first game, hearing that national anthem on home soil was just amazing.
How confident are you in this team going forward?
Oh, very confident. We're rolling. We're gonna win the game. We're gonna win it.
Woo! Yeah, we're gonna win
Are
it.
you guys fans of the Aussies now too?
We gotta give it to them. They're good people. From
Get Australia. There you go. The hearts. Get Australia.
Yeah, there you go. Get in there.
Get to the round of 32. They love Fox 13. We love them.
We love it. We love these people. These people love us. We love everything. Everything is great.
US fans, but also
It couldn't be better.
as well. Back to you.
Yes.
You feel the love in the air.
What a moment for the U.S.
When he was lifting him up, I mean, that's so amazing to see the colors of the green, the yellow, the red, white, and blue just all
together.
all together.
Yes. So let's go over to Frankie Thompson. She's been in Pioneer Square. And let me tell you, oh, look, people have kind of died down a little bit or not. What's going on there?
Oh no, the party is still going, you guys. We're just getting started. Yeah, there was a big win tonight, but the party continues. Look, I feel like I'm in the winner's circle right here. This is Benjamin, my friend. He's local. You went to the game, right? Take me inside.
Yeah, I went to the game.
How was it there?
Amazing.
Look, they're actually doing it. I did the U.S. slave chant to mock them, and then they started actually doing it.
My friends from England brought it.
I love it. I love it. You hang on to that.
I love it. We love it.
This one day.
Everyone loves it.
Look at this, you guys. Look at this. My friends here. Clearly, that is a hit on our Aussie guests.
You show stupid. You vote for pedophiles to run your life and pay them. You think code is law. You listen to people because you think they have money and power, and they lie to you and use you because they know you try to use them. Boy, you are so pathetic and stupid. Why you no listen to Paul and Shreve? And be honorable and courageous and stop complying. You are an embarrassment to America.
Tremendous loser. We have losers. We have losers.
We're so excited that all of our visitors, all of our guests are taking in our wonderful city as well. This is what it's all about, the camaraderie.
This is what it's all about, people.
We're going to continue hanging out, having a good time here in Pioneer Square. I'm trying to find out where the after party is because we got to celebrate this historic win and go on for the next one. I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, Frankie, we're going to send it right back to you because I want to know a little bit more about the outfit. Can we go back out to Frankie really quick, or does she wrap us up?
Oh, you want a fit check from me?
Yes.
This is just a little collection from my closet. In my closet, it's a dip and a drip from the 90s. You know, shout out to the Olympic men's basketball team from the 90s.
It's our fascistic slave collection for summertime, of course.
To walk the runway or something. Put me on, Nike. Put
Why
me
is she wearing a? Anyone know why Christina Topgiver is wearing a long sleeve bomber jacket or windbreaker? Even it's 103 fucking degrees. today? What's that about?
Near Pier 62.
Oh, you know what? They just informed me. Hold on, I'm getting in my ear. Todd is on the ground. He has the scoop. Apparently, she's wearing long sleeve sweaters lately to cover up the track marks from all the new vaccines she's getting. So that makes sense. All right, back to you on the ground.
What an assignment for you. I'm jealous. You're outside, Claire.
You with this huge screen playing behind me, guys. We've
Huge
got
screens, flags, symbols of false power.
In the first 2 minutes, so it has just been
Coliseum warfare simulations.
Of course, from Scotland, a lot of USA fans are still here as well. We've got Morocco fans, so this is a really fun place to be. They've got food, they've got drinks, and the boats. It's been so cool to see all the boats around, watching the games, listening to the games. This place cleared out after the USA game, but it is back filled again with soccer fans. So come on down. A great place to be. Again, temperatures today topping out in the low 70s to low, upper 70s to low 80s, depending on where you are at. It is a beautiful sunny day, a nice breeze out here. It'll get a little cooler tomorrow. Temperatures in the mid 70s with a few morning clouds, but coming out here tomorrow is going to be picture perfect as well. Warming up again Sunday.
Oh, by the way, this is our new meme.
80s to low 90s.
I'm starting a meme section. I'm going to be posting them on the community post wall where I can post messages. It's the community section. And I'm going to start putting them there. And also on my slave book or Facebook, sorry, facebook.com. And then Paul Enslaved. You can get them there. And then you can repost them for your digital slave friends and family.
We're already on to Morocco and Scotland now, like so many other people.
Yeah.
Like the Australians, they've moved.
That's a democracy hot flash right there.
Just knows how to, like you said, move it going.
That meme is right there. Democracy hot flash. It's when you got a choice between voting for rich pedos to run your life or voting for rich pedos to run your life, right? Start to get that democracy hot flash.
We're going to bring in Lauren Donovan.
We all know
now. You are near Victory Hall. You've been talking to some interesting people, especially the Aussies, and I love how gracious they've been, Lauren.
All right, let's try to hunt some MAGA sways and other collectivist sways.
Good for them.
See if we can bait them in.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I kept watching it and I showed them. We posted it on our social media, Hannah, and I showed those guys and they were just like erupting. They were so excited because I'm looking for the best of the Aussies, and I think I found two of them right here, heating up with the antics. Look at these lads. All right, so first, could you tell us your names and where you're from?
Yep, my name's Shane. We're from Australia, Canberra, the capital.
All right, now, guys, you know the drill here. If you want to hunt MAGA swaves or swaves in general, Elmer Fudd style, you gotta do the like, share, subscribe, whatever. And maybe we don't even still get in, right? But it's on you guys. You guys got to try to break us in some way, somehow, you know? Use whatever tools you got. That's how we get in there, and that's how they start filing in. And then, all right, hold on. Let's get back.
To get out here.
We don't want to leave too much of our scent on the trail or in the baiting area, right? Because then they kind of stay away. They don't come in to start nibbling, right? And then we get the drop on them.
Emerald City. What'd you have to do?
Oh, let's see. 14 hours of LA, another 3 hours of Vancouver, and then 3 hours down all the way to Seattle. Loving it.
So
loving it.
to Sydney as well.
Yeah, that's it. 3 hours for us to Sydney. So.
Best thing you've eaten here in Seattle?
Oh, the clam chowder.
Yeah.
Oh, clam chowder, people.
Yeah, clam chowder, woo. Thomas says, yeah, see, Thomas, now you're really thinking outside the box, right? We're in the box. We're going deep in the box. That's how you win in life. Great justification for my fent problem. No, officer, I just got all the new vaccines. That's what those track marks are, right? Yeah. Well, the new thing now is, by the way, a win for Supreme Slave Court the other day. They finally got it right. Every so often, the men in dresses get it right and uphold the law of the land in between legal process. But no, the new thing now is heroin's cool. Everything's cool. You get it all if you want. You know, you go to the West Coast. You know, you get all the heroin you want, methamphetamine. You can defecate on the sidewalk. You just can't have a gun, right? You just can't own private property and you can't have a gun. But hey, there's some give and takes. And like, hold on, we got a MAGA swave with only one vaccine who's out looking cute today. Who's gonna catch the spike protein for Debbie here today, huh? With the hormones raging, because I'm feeling it. I know you guys are feeling it. You know, it's that time of year. We know what happens.
What did
A lot of sports balling, energy's high, a lot of drinking, a lot of fucking, and a new generation of slave babies is going to be produced. We're actually watching the makings of it right here. Here we have the courting ritual of the average slave. There you see the average slave dressed up in its usual colors, try to attract a slave mate, and also to get attention. Slaves love to peacock and get attention, and they almost generate their own world for themselves to live in. To escape reality. So right now we're watching two male slaves in the prime of their existence. You can see them gesturing over to the female. Okay, we see the female returning affections to the slave male. Soon we're going to see the actual full-on courting and mating ritual.
Okay, so maybe this is time for
Shh, let's watch. Let's go in.
Thing. I'm going crazy with these Aussies out here, these Socceroos.
These goddamn Aussies. Crazy Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi!
You've been the queen of the headwear. You've been the queen of the headwear this tournament.
I want to acquire as many costumes as possible. Also, look at this, guys. Okay, this is how I'm trying to show the Aussies. I got this little koala. Earlier today, isn't this cute? They gave it to me.
That is very
I
cute.
just love the Aussies. They're so fun. We're so glad you guys are here.
Yes.
Enjoying it. This hat is really sweaty, though. These guys have been in the sun, I can tell you that.
Been a long day, 7 a.m. around here.
Yeah? Uh-oh.
Lauren.
We'll leave it with that, you two.
Yeah,
You take it away.
Lauren, you're a good sport.
Bye.
Guys, that was a lot of fun. I love that. And I love the accent competition there. The American doing a really good Aussie accent.
Once again, we win. We won.
Sorry, guys. We won
We're winning.
again.
We're winning. Everyone's
So
winning.
Matthew Smith
It's all
at
winning.
Seattle Center. And earlier today, Matt, it was thousands of people. Seattle Center has never been busier.
Yeah, and you know what's really cool out here is if you've been out to Seattle Center, they kind of have like all the eclectic different things that you can get into while you're out here. There is no shortage of different foods and cuisines.
By the way, this is the average. For everyone else out there during this time of year, I know it's tough, right? I'm right there with you, okay? This is almost a consolation group here, this live chat. We're not incels, we're vol cells, because that's the average man or woman you're going to meet at speed dating, on Facebook Match, at the local bar, at the club, right? We might even do a simulation later where we'll do the club simulation where we play the music and then we do the whole, what'd you say? Hey, how are you? What? It's good to see you here. It's good to meet you. You're very attractive. You want it? What? I can't hear you over the cheering and the music and the drinking. You want to get out of here? How many vaxes have you had? You want to get out of here? Oh, only one. Okay. All right. You know what? I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Maybe I'll circle back around. I might circle back around and get you on my way out. I'm not circling back around. I'm not. That's how it goes. This is them, right? They wonder why there's so many of us. Vol cells out there.
Professional balloon artist, I guess you could call it. Seems weird to say, but on the other hand, it's been like particularly like special because like I love soccer so much. I love the fact that we get to celebrate it and experience it here in Seattle, and just the fields were full of people coming out to like support the team and enjoy the game together. It's been wonderful.
We get to celebrate soccer.
You're a soccer fan. Did you get a chance between all the animals to actually watch any of the games? Did you see any of the 2 goals?
Yeah, right. See, Jeeps knows. She's seen me at these events, right? I didn't want to go there because I wanted to be nice, kind, and polite. But yes, that's the other half of the story that I didn't finish. Is I go to the bathroom, I pretend to go to the bathroom, and I leap out the bathroom window to the parking lot, and I run to my car. Well, I run to someone's car because I can't travel anymore without going to prison every 3 to 5 months. It's not allowed. It could possibly be unsafe.
And also noticing, the
well, at least we got soccer.
When they're like the cheer of relief when like they block the goal or something like that.
All right, so I see you've been multitasking. You've been actually doing some work. He's grabbing some extra balloons because he is actually working for the kids as we talk to him. That's pretty cool. What are you working on here?
Well, Tim, we're gonna make about 100 balloon edifice structure, a balloon animals, and it's going to lure your voting children into this cage that I have here, and we're going to ship them to Epstein Island. Wow. All right, yeah, let's see what you got.
If you're not able to, like pretty immediately tell what I have made when I'm finished, I'm not very good at my job. And so me telling you what I'm doing midway through, all right, guys,
start guessing what it is. You can start guessing what it is. Cervical cancer, I'm thinking, is what it looks like. For one of those Gardasil shots. Is that, did I get it right, Tim? Oh, little Susie waiting for her cervical cancer balloon.
Like a puzzle or a mystery for the kids where they're like, what does it look like? What could it be?
Oh, is that an Illuminati sacrificial pyramid?
Sometimes they will see things in what I'm making
for sacrifice and also mockery, humiliation rituals. Okay, we got the first one. All right, what's this gonna? Give me your guesses, guy. I went with cervical cancer from the Gardasil shot.
Dead in my tracks, and I kind of like looked at it, flipped upside down. I'm like, he's right. There's a Stegosaurus in here trying to get out, and I suddenly had like a new balloon design on my hands that I did not intend to make.
Well, hey man, you keep at it. We're gonna watch it for just a second.
All right, we're gonna watch.
I'm gonna send it back to you, but I'm gonna give him a break.
I can. Oh,
because I want you to guys see this.
Is that
it's pretty impressive, and I will let Sabira know.
It's an Israeli rape. It's an underground Israeli. Okay, we're gonna get back. I saw the pink and the white. I started to think it was some kind of Israeli rape, bed rape.
You look up to me.
Underground bed rape. Back to you, Susie. You said, oh gosh.
You need to grab one for your son there, that balloon. Yeah, I'm sure your son would like one.
Oh gosh, yeah, thank you. My wife's gonna be on my case if I got one for Sabir.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, back to you. So I reached out also to the YouTube. I got the transcript too. We may go over it at some point. I got so much content. I don't know what to do with it. I can't stop creating content even when I'm not creating content. It's crazy. Yeah. I had an interaction with YouTube Live last night with Genesis was the person's name. And I informed them, Genesis, I know what you're up to. You're blocking again. You're T blocking. You're blocking my tube. Okay. And I told them it has to stop. And I even told them, just because of what you did, what you guys have been doing, and they keep saying we don't know what you're talking about. Shadow banning's not a thing. And I go, okay, whatever. You'll see in the transcript. I just completely ignore them. I go, whatever. We know what's going on. And by the way, just because of what you've been doing, I'm going on tomorrow and I'm going to say Israeli underground bed rape multiple times. And I've already fulfilled that quota, right? It's been at least 2 or 3 times so far today. And it's not going away. It's just the beginning. All right. So listen, guys, have it your way. You want to play with my algorithm and you want a T block? I'm going all the way with this. All day, every day. I don't care. I don't care if nobody hears it. Someone's going to hear it, and they're going to complain to you. And it's going to be a problem for you.
The differences, like from being at the stadium for maybe the Seahawks or the Sounders, or being there today.
I mean, we did the march to the match all through Pioneer Square, the same thing as the Sounders, but I would say all of Seattle showed up. The 90% of the stadium was cheering for the U.S. compared to Australia, and it was one of the coolest experiences.
And so U.S. wins, and you say, I'm going to go to the Australian bar and be like, hey, Aussies. Is that so?
Yeah, I mean, 2-0. It was U.S. dominated 63% of the game the entire time, so...
Oh, we got stats. This is stats.
Keep going.
Yeah. Who are all these folks you're here with?
This is my brother, and several of my friends flew in from L.A., North Carolina, and we crushed it in Scottsdale, Arizona. They wanted to be here for the U.S. win. We can't wait till we come back to July 6th. We're in San Francisco. We'll be back here on July 6th.
And they got their own game going. Dina, why don't you check it out? This is USA's second match of the day, Sabira and Hannah. I think right now it's 4-7. So it looks like US wins again. Dina, why don't we let that game continue on or end and show what it's like here? Even though the game is well over. The bar is still busy, still fun, there's still a lot going on, and the crew here at Kangaroo and Kiwi is working hard. So much so that I said, maybe I can help them out. Poor Dino, I just left him behind. Dino, I'm sorry. I just left him behind. There's nice fans here that are helping out. I'll see you, young lady.
You are a slave. Your government does not care about you, GI. You should go watch Paul Unshaved and stop being so stupid. Look at you, GI. Facts, taxed, and racked, and paying to be ruled.
Turn off the Humboldt Hannah. We're actually watching these slaves consume the poison food now. That's a thing they do on news. They have so little content right now, and purpose and meaning in their lives, and anything to inspire the people with. This is the best they have. A bunch of drunken slaves in a dark hovel eating their poison food and howling about mass sporting events. Guys, this has got to be what it looks like when we start to see a complete collapse of civilization. This is what's going to go in the time capsule, right? Oh, we're breaking up. Okay, we're back.
As you heard it, y'all, it's the best food in the valley, whatever that means. I'm sending it back to you guys. Sarah, what's the valley?
The valley is in Scottsdale, Arizona. He's a little lost right now.
The valley. I was like, the valley.
It's 120 there. It's only 80.
It's 80. It's 40 degrees different.
You got to be on Klonopin and Xanax to do any of these jobs, right? It's got to come with the job.
For a second, I said, "What's happening?" And he was giving the food. But talking about food, Sabira, have you been enjoying the social media videos about these international travelers coming to the U.S. and they are enjoying all of the food in our country?
All right, so we've been listening in to our friends there at Fox 13 Seattle's coverage. A live look right now over Seattle Stadium, where the U.S. men's national team did secure that 2-0 win over Australia, and they secured their spot in the knockout round. So definitely a very exciting day. And an update on that Morocco versus Scotland game that's happening right now at Boston Stadium. Morocco is currently up 1-0. It is time for us here live now from Fox to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Our coverage continues on the other side. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. Stay close. We're back in 2.
If Anna's that broad, if Anna's that broad at the bar, I'm not so sure she has pie. If Anna at the bar there we just saw has pie, it might be pecan pie if you catch my drift. I'm thinking Anna there might have more of a banana split. I'll leave it at that.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. Our FIFA
Oh, that's Anna, not the one at the bar. All right. Well, I mean, you know.
Before the break, we were listening into our friends at Fox 13 Seattle's coverage. After
I mean,
the
I've seen
United States
better.
men's national team just defeated Australia. They're in Seattle. Let's head back out to their coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
Rested as we go through to the next game. Those guys maybe get rested, and once you move on to the next round, when Team USA moves on to the next round, those yellow cards wipe away. And once you start the next stage of play, then it's fair game. Everybody's back to zeros with the cards. Once you get 2 cards, you have to step out and take a...
So yeah, Slave Tube once again last night had the balls to try to insult me and tell me, well, the reason, Paul, that you went from 10 to 15 to 20,000 views and hundreds and thousands of notifications going out to 70 to 90 at a time is because everyone just turned off their notifications. And I go, you guys really, I love these, like, I love the lies you're given to tell people when these issues come up, right? Like you guys prove what happens in a fascistic collectivist takeover. People don't even, you're not even good at lying anymore because your slavery is just so widespread and everyone just takes it. It makes you get so unevolved. You're not even good at lying anymore. You just say stupid shit that doesn't make any sense. So I go, oh, so we just one day, and like this hasn't been happening for years, right? Like every 3 to 6 months, we don't do this cycle, right? But that didn't happen. We're in a fishbowl. We don't remember that like every other slave, right? We have zero memory. And we're supposed to believe that all of a sudden everybody just turned off their notifications on the subscriber side, right? And then they don't even answer to why. Well, how come, I'm not getting feed views? How come I'm not in the browser features, right? How come I'm not being pushed like so many other creators where you can't avoid them when you go? You're not sub to them, right? So like they're not giving me the people who are sub, but we're not sub to these other people, but yet they're pushed everywhere, even when you're not sub to them, right? Like that's not me and what I'm doing, right? And it's bad enough. I have to explain to these people. It's bad enough that I have to deal with 85% of a population who's slaved out and can't find their ass with both hands. It makes it very difficult to grow an audience, to not only cultivate a core audience, but to grow that audience. It's already challenging and testing enough without you guys interfering with various services, benefits, and privileges and functions of the platform. But they don't seem to. And then they keep saying, well, they do seem to, but I don't believe it is what it is. They go, we're very sorry. We know that. And then they admit to it, right? And I go, can you send a transcript of this talk to my email? Because you just admitted you're censoring and banning. We go, we're going to address your censoring and banning. And we know that censoring and banning probably makes you feel upset. And I go, yeah, a little bit. Thank you. I go, thank you, Genesis, who I can't see. I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but you're consoling me now. Thank you for recognizing that keeping me in a hole where almost nobody sees me or interacts with me might make me feel a little upset. Sort of. Half of me does. The other half of me goes, thank God. Paul, you know what happened the last time you got access to the public and they got access to you completely, right? It's not good for any of us, to be argued. So she's like, we're going to address your censoring and banning. And we know censoring and banning makes you upset and upsets you. And I go, yeah, Genesis, it kind of does. And I'm thinking at this point, that's what it's designed to do. You want to get me and other creators feeling like we're not growing, right? Or even maintaining, that we're declining, that people aren't watching and listening, and that we're pretty much alone in this life and in this world, in our reality, right? That's what it's meant to do, Genesis. Thank you not only for noticing it, but copping to it, right? So that's the new world where they say we love you, everyone loves you. It's about safety and love, and then they use systems against you to try to disconnect you from not only who and what you are by gaslighting you and telling you you're lying, but disconnect you from other people who share the same experience, right? AKA the algorithm, I thought like governance and pretty much everything else here, algorithm was supposed to send people to each other. No, we don't have that once again. And then I have some idiot on my Facebook just today going, so Paul, Mr. Smarty Pants, Mr. Tough Guy, when are you going to draft your own constitution so we can change what's going on here? And I go, hey, dumbass, Drafting up a constitution, writing down some words on a piece of paper isn't going to suddenly make millions and billions of people do the right thing and stop supporting the wrong thing. That's not how that works. Okay. Oddly enough, we already had a piece of paper with some ideas on it, and it didn't mean shit because the majority of folks don't care about right from wrong, and they don't stand for anything or support what's true and what's right. Those are some themes going on here, especially at certain times in history, right? You could argue it almost has to go that way. Some bizarre looping simulation, right? Like, we don't get to argue with the moon and the sun when it's going to come up or come out or start to like have the highest probability of coming up and coming out and being it's not coming up, but you know what I'm saying. Presenting itself and all the energies that come with that, right? So silly me, like even becoming aware of it, talking about it, trying to do something different, knowing that these are just cycles and times that are meant to come. In a way, I do know that. That's what makes this a broadcast, non-broadcast, a bit non-bit, as it were, and many other paradoxical experiences, because I do seem to know that. That's what's meant to be is meant to be. Hold on, I'm getting phone calls here. Let's see. Getting a phone call live on the broadcast. Hello, who's this?
Yeah, we'll definitely help you for that. So, hello?
Who's this? Yeah. I'm not asking you to ask me who I am. I'm asking who are you?
Okay, sorry. I can say the election funding solutions. And the purpose of why we're calling you, because you're a business, is I'm pre-qualified for a business financing program, no collateral, no personal guarantee needed. So maybe you're planning for expand a business, purchase equipment, line of credit.
Wait. Let's make this simple now. Let's make this
right now. That mine?
Right. Let's make this simple. You're going to give me stuff, right?
By staff, sir.
You're going to give me money or money, non-money? Oh, they hung up. Man, I don't, these people are so mean and rude. And she goes, what do you mean by stuff, sir? These people are so stupid. She doesn't even understand what stuff is. I got to explain it. And then when I explain it, I go, money, non-money, like paper with people's pictures on it who are dead, backed by nothing. You're going to give me that, right? She fucking hangs up on me. You believe this shit? These fucking, and this isn't something like this isn't one side of the blue. These people call me every day, all the time. And they're constantly acting like they're trying to help me and work with me and give me shit. And then a lot of time I don't answer. This is a perfect example of why. There's multiple reasons I don't answer. I just answered to try to understand this goofy bitch and work with her. Like so many other people, they say, I don't work with anyone. This is what they say. I'm narcissistic. I'm egotistical. I don't work with anybody. I'm not open to receive, which is like the gayest term ever and whatever. I mean, we're not down on that. We're here. We're queer. Get used to it. Whatever. But they say all that. And then I'm like, okay, I'm open to receive. And then she just shuts the door on me, hangs up and goes off to some other slave. Right. What is that? And then right after telling me, and that's a perfect example for life too, right? Oh, we love you again. That's basically what she said. She love bombed me. She's like, hey, Paul, is that you? Like she knows me. We want to give you stuff. What do you mean by stuff? Bye. So they come into my life. They act like so many life coaches and others. They come into my life and act like they care about me. They're going to help me. We're going to work together. And then when I try to create an understanding or seek clarification, they completely ignore me or just shut the door in my face and then probably project onto me. She's probably sitting somewhere right now telling a story about how I'm the asshole. Some crazy conspiracy theory sovereign citizen was doing some non-cast about sports ball. And he tried to ask me questions. Normally slaves don't even ask questions for clarification. They go, what? More benefits and privileges from the state and the centralized bankers? I just got to sign my soul over. Where do I sign? Sign me right the fuck up. What else do I got going on here, right? They're not used. I get it. I forget what her name was. I always forget. I'm bad with names, but I get it. It's challenging and testing at this point, especially when every other slave just signs up. Like, I'm already asking 2 and 3 questions. All right, let's get back to it. Hey, if you guys got any more stuff you want to pretend to give me and then take it back and hang up on me, 602-730-0122 is the number to call, not the other one. I like to try to keep that one nice and clear and peaceful.
Great.
Welcome back in Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Anna Marsick. What a day if you love Team USA. They won, and they're securing a spot in the knockout round. And hey, if you have your U.S. men's national team gear on, we want to see a picture.
Oh my God. Okay, all right. This is more of what we got to start doing around here, right? Like, if we're going to be shadow banned and it's not going to be about that, we're going to do guerrilla advertising. By the way, I just ordered 200 of these babies. And I'm deciding what I'm going to do with it. I think 100 of them are going to go up and around. They're going to be distributed interstate to folks who are known personally, and then I think the other 100 I'm gonna send to regular contributors, supporters, and viewers. Right? Like, M. Davis is black. I get it. We're in a white man's world nowadays. He doesn't really contribute or support like financially ever. But that's okay, because he brings a rich African American energy and spirit here that we're longing for and sometimes lacking for, right? And he's in alignment with what we do. So he definitely gets one. See, that's proof that what this person, some creature was on my message boards last night, my comment section, saying tantruming. By the way, this is 5 people. This shit all happens at the same time. It's some kind of cosmic movement. 5 people all in 1 week, within a week and a half, 2 week period, all completely switched up on me, projected onto me, and now want to like drag me down and make me feel guilty and shame because I'm inspired again. So of course we have to, that's just what comes with the territory, right? Which will teach you about life. But yeah. So where was I? Right. They were telling me how I'm selfish and greedy and me, and I'm all about money and all the rest of this. Like, I'm sitting up here telling people to give me money. Because I said the whole point of any of these group affairs and interactions on some level is a community non-unity. And I was a little frustrated that, if once every 5 years or so I ask for something to get done and it doesn't get done, right, then I know I got to do it myself. I knew coming into that, right? So I kind of like went into that mode I go into to communicate an idea. I let myself do that. But this person still can't these creatures, even 5 years in, still can't figure out that when I come on here, I'm doing kind of a bit non-bit at times. Like it's born out of some authentic space in me that if I let it grow could be neurotic about everything and anything, which most of the time in my regular life, I don't let it grow. I don't water it. But here I give it a place to express, not only fully, but like expounded upon, right? I might even up the ante 300, 400, 500%, right? That's the bit non-bit. They still can't figure it out. So again, you're telling me I'm me, and all about me, and I'm being greedy about money. I've never once asked for anything here directly for me. Anything that I've opened up for people to contribute toward has been some kind of simulation or something that people say they want and come to me about. Like the 200 people on my social media the last week or so who go, this is a great billboard. This is a great idea. We support this 1,000%. But then they don't contribute to the bottom line for it, right? So you don't support it 1,000%. I'm not supposed to point that out. That's me being greedy and selfish and money hungry and being about me. No, it's not. Again, it's called me sort of playing it up, a bit of frustration that I normally would just let go to point out an idea of why in any collective or any group, we can't normally get shit done on any level beyond a certain point. An idea that I've pointed out when it comes to self-governance and other things, right? Because people say a whole bunch of stuff and feel a whole bunch of stuff, but they don't follow through with that sentiment and that intention, right? That is a power and value dynamic. That's not specific to me. Believe it or not, at this point, like, I get how I come across and how I'm probably going to be received and what would be nice, kind, and polite and appropriate and acceptable. And then I make a conscious decision at times to do the opposite. So like if I was really greedy and selfish and about me, and I wanted to like grift and get more money, I'd probably do the opposite of the broadcast that I do. I would do what 85% of other folks in this realm do who have more money or can get access to more money and more numbers regularly, right? Which is placate you, play to the audience, right? Suck feet, pretend to be everybody's friend and guru and leader and guide, and like there is no frustration that lives within me. Which, of course, again, is all a fool's errand, because I'm smart enough to know, I guess, if you want to say that there's no point in doing that and going that way, because at some point that all falls to pieces. I'd rather go the other way, see? I'm that kind of creature. I'd rather be the biggest piece of shit asshole that you've ever met knowingly and say everything that I'm thinking and feeling and put it all on the table, and then whatever's left that's meant to stick for me is meant to stick for me, right? I'm that guy. See, there's two ways to do a broadcast. There's two ways to do a relationship or more. I'm the guy who does it that way. That's why when people at other channels go, we put together a compilation list of people we went out and found and stalked to get them to show us and tell us about what Paul does and says in the DMs, women specifically. You think that's a surprise? I tell on myself here in other places. That's how I live my life. I decided that at a certain point. All right, even to play it up and go over the top, because I'd rather do that than go the other way, where I have to play everything down and be nice, kind, and polite and appropriate and acceptable and make this move here. And when you say this, I'm supposed to say that, and all the other garbage that comes with culture and society and the unspoken social contracts. I've never been into it. I don't like it. It feels manipulative to me. It feels fake and inauthentic. It's boring as all fuck. And I don't see the point in that as far as generating experience when it comes to living here, okay? So you're not exposing me. You're not insulting me. You're not taking any power or value from me ultimately, right? Beyond the short term or the materialistic. Because where I get my true power and value here is doing all the things that you guys point to that you say is uncivilized and unsophisticated, unorthodox, unconventional. Right. That's me. That's what gets me off. That's what excites me. I'd rather be that and be alone and be entertained than be bored and boring like and with the rest of you. That's just how I see it. I know I'm not supposed to share that and be honest about that. I'm supposed to cover that up, lie about it, pretend that's not what it is, and then be the version of you want me to be so I can do what you say I'm doing that I'm not doing, which is get whatever I want need up out of you. You don't think I'm smart enough or capable enough to do that if I wanted to do that, even over a long period of time? I've decided I'm not doing that either. I'm not scamming and frauding here in this life anymore after a certain point. After I put down the drugs 12 years ago and got out of the streets and away from the gang members and low lives, I made that decision to myself and others. I'm going to honor who and what I am and even play it up at times to kind of, I guess, trigger, if you want to call it that. Or because I'm fascinated and entertained by people's responses and reactions. Right? It's nothing more or less than that. So, ironically, for the creature who's on my message boards and comments telling me that lately I've been all about me, and I, you're one of the people who's doing that to me, and you're making me, I in my life about you, and it's not. And that's another one of the reasons I do what I do and even play it up at times. Because I, for the longest time, have been sick and tired of people who sit with me, around me, or in the general vicinity and try to tell me who and what I am, what I'm not, and what I'm going to be. I didn't ask you. I don't give a fuck. We're not in any kind of interaction or relationship where you can do that. If you want to do that, you think you're going to do that, go ahead and do it. I might even let you do it and leave it up. I don't mind. But don't get confused about what this is. See, many of you that want to accuse me of being that's you more than it is me, because you forget you don't have hundreds or thousands of people who watch you and listen to you and show up in your inbox or in your email. I do. So you're not empathetic the way you pretend to be. You don't put yourself in someone else's position. You think I'm going to sit there any more than I already do, giving my time, energy, attention privately away to whoever calls me? Go ahead and ask around. Unlike your favorite content creators who are so nice, kind, and polite, who turn their shit off and you never get a hold of them. You think I'm going to spend the rest of that time giving it out to even more people so they can tell me what I should do and be and how I should live and work and do a broadcast? As if that's going to work, right? As if they know something I don't, right? As if they're already in the position and have made it work, right? No. Delusion, denial, detraction, disempowerment, deflections, it's all the same garbage. So any one of you at any time doing what I do the way that I do it for as long as I do it, with the amount of people that I do it, who wants to come around here on an off day and tell me about me and what I should do and be and not, you should probably get a little bit more of that empathy that you're claiming I don't possess so you can make that determination. Because I don't think most of you could do this with these folks on both sides. You're in my comments box with no one looking for you, watching, saying anything, losing your shit. Projecting onto someone you have no idea who and what they are and never met. And it's constantly too, by the way. I don't go to talking about the stuff unless it's certain people who do it for years. And then you go, and then you would think, right? Like, this is where you then turn the corner. You would go, the average person would go, not the average person, but someone who thinks they're intelligent will go, well, Paulie boy, it's just some guy on the internet, right? Like, why even talk about it? No, it's not. This is culture and society on the whole, right? Don't kid yourself. The same thing they do with me on the give and on the take, on the front and on the back end, is the same thing they do in life. That's why culture and society is exactly what it is, right? They're so duped out and foolish, they want me to replicate in these areas and on these platforms what they're used to in their life and society. They're not even aware of it. So yeah, what it more likely is, what it seems to be is, these places call in an extreme example of certain value and power dynamics, or lack thereof, a lack of value and power dynamic, an extreme example of certain ideas and energies and principles and exchanges that we see on a broad spectrum day to day in our lives, right? They're just an extreme example of it. There can't be any true separation or division or exclusivity in an all-inclusive holographic reflective universe, right? All right, questions, comments, concerns, if you got them, you know where the number is. You can text me as well. And also let me know constantly if you're texting and calling in and it's not going through, please let me know, because I got to fix that. I'm constantly having to be on the horn with all these different folks and their systems trying to get their shit together. Right, let's get back.
Box 3. Her makeup looks phenomenal. I might have.
Oh yeah, it looks great. That's what I come back to, right? This is what I come back to.
And we have Diane with her.
This is Diane. Am I wrong? I know I just did that whole rant and ramble, and almost nobody's going to hear it at this point. It's just you and I and you, whoever you are, in our cave at this point. It's very intimate. We go back to some woman who looks like she's half dead.
If you are wearing your gear and you want to appear on live,
she looks like a cadaver they're preparing to present for some funeral service with some bizarre paint all over her face. She looks out of her mind. And then they go, yeah, that's great. She looks great. Everything's great.
Seattle's coverage moments ago as they're continuing.
They want me to do that here. That's what they want here. They want my channel and my broadcast to be this.
Beat Australia, and they're advancing to the knockout round. Let's head back out and listen to their coverage.
All right, right on. Well, we're so glad you guys are here. Can we go on the count of 3? He's getting married.
Oh my God, there's nothing more obnoxious.
3, 2, 1. He's getting married.
Yeah. Woo!
She's got a good one. You're gonna
Legalist administrative court are gonna be paid even more to do slavery at some point on both ends. Woo! We're in the state. We're in contracts with the state.
This is what we do live here.
This is what we do. statism, corporatism. Back to you,
Lauren. Thank you so much.
Oh man, that was great.
It's just been such a day. What an honor to anchor this.
Okay, see, this is the point, right? The guy who says it's all about me, I, you still don't get who and what I am, right? I'm going to go all the way. I want $1 billion to come into this broadcast. I'm going to start campaigning for $1 billion. There's someone out there somewhere who like is former Epstein Island, did the wrong heroin one night, or actually 5 nights in a row, and overdosed like 5 times, went back from the hospital. Yeah, that shows you where I was at, right? Did some heroin, overdosed on whatever it was because it was full of fentanyl, went right back home and did the same heroin. They might have been on to something there with the subconscious not wanting to live thing, right? Someone out there has $5 billion. They only need 1, if that, to exist the rest of their life, and their kids and their kids and their kids, their baby goats. They did some bad heroin. Well, some might argue some good heroin, because it almost took them the fuck up out of here, right? Let's not get too morbid. Paulie boy, stay on track. And they turned from their wicked ways, right? And now they need something to do. They need something to do with another $2 to $3 billion, right? That's where I come in. I don't need, I mean, even if I wanted it, right? Like, I don't need some big yacht or a Rolls Royce or any of this crap, right? Like, even if I was in the market for boats and like nice cars and planes, I'd look for a deal on one of those guys, right? I'm kind of frugal. I'm not necessarily that money hungry and wasteful, right? Even if I was in that, I get a used Ferrari instead of a Rolls Royce, maybe like early mid 2000s. Whatever. What am I saying here? Right. My point is, there's someone out there, and they're listening, and they're well-to-do, and they have everything they need and then some, and they can part with 10% of a lot and still have a lot. And what I want that for is not so that I can get a bigger trailer to exist in, right? I'm actually perfectly fine. That's almost like one of my challenges in life that I've taken on is, how do I be perfectly fine and even enjoy all the stuff that everyone else says is crazy, is rude, is bad, is wrong, while they do all the crazy, rude, bad, wrong, fucked up shit. It's weird inversion land, right? I know, I get it. So the man who can enjoy less is actually the happiest. I don't want the $1 billion for all that. I want it so I can be the next Rupert Slavemock. Okay? Instead of Rupert Murdoch, I want to be Rupert Slavemock. And I want my own media company. And I want to be able to put on a bunch of people to like panel act and on act. And I want to have my own news station. Whether I run it or I may do both. Run it part-time and even part-time anchor. Like, now over to you, Paulie boy. And I get to laugh and giggle, and I got a mic on the ground, and I get to interact with the slaves. And then like I send it back to the studio. You know, and I have my correspondence there. Yeah, it's, you know, we can say it's not. AI kind of helps us out. That's why fuck you scumbag lowlifes too, who keep shitting and hating on me because I'm working with AI as a tool at this point, right? You're the same dumb fucks who would have been there in the 1980s and 1990s going, man, that computer's a horrible thing. We don't want it. We're never going to use it. And now you got a fucking Intel processing chip up your asshole. It's in every pocket of every fucking set of dungaree jeans you got, but you don't remember that, right? It's the same thing with this. See, it's one thing to to question, have a healthy distrust. Is another thing to be a chimpanzee in jeans and be afraid of the rock that's going to make the sparks, that's going to make the fire, that's later going to save your ass to some extent, right? You see how that works. And there's, of course, a very slippery slope. So I'm not merging with AI at this point. I don't want a data center in my backyard sucking up all the water across the whole continent, right? I didn't say all that. I just said maybe we can have some tools here to greatly reduce the time, energy, attention, and money it takes to produce something that looks fill in the blank, right? Presentable, professional, whatever the case may be. Because I'm not Rupert Slavemock, but that's how we offset the power differential, right? Because again, traditionally in this life, paper, non-paper money is the power differential. If you got money, well, you can do anything. And if somebody doesn't, well, then Either they can't or it's a lot more difficult for them. Well, these tools close that gap. But beyond the AI tools, which you might have to use more and more to create this reality we're experiencing, that would be the original way to do it. Instead of the loser sitting on my message board hating on me and projecting on me, maybe he can get a fucking part-time job because he's on every panel all day, every day. Then he can feed himself. Then he can afford to give like $3 a fucking month to me or somebody else to actually produce something for him to sit around and watch all day, every day and waste away to. You ever think of that? Value for value? Because I'm so selfish and greedy and all the rest of it, right? Yeah. Forgive me. I'm wanting to open up channels where people constantly yell and scream and say how great I am or what I do or how I'm funny and interesting, for them to give a minuscule amount of value they're never going to miss, to put it toward creating an experience for all of us. I'm there with you, by the way, because I enjoy entertaining others, and I enjoy being entertained by my entertaining antics toward others and what that produces as an experience and a result. I didn't think that was selfish and greedy, by the way. I thought that was all of what infotainment and service was all supposed to be about, right? Service, non-service, if you want to call it that. But you know what? You were right, in a way. I'm starting to think, because ultimately I put in some drafts last night to some digital billboards, and they already started with we're rejecting it. And it's not like I couldn't have guessed that if I wanted to. I didn't want to be negative and come up with reasons why stuff's not going to work, right? So I said, okay, let me get in the inspiration mode. Let me just throw it out there, right? Whatever comes in, I told the folks, let me know it's for the billboard. If it doesn't work out, you'll get it back, and that'll be that. Not looking, not necessarily looking for something for nothing, so to speak. So yeah, and again, what does this all amount to? Well, it'll just give me more reason to inspire it and do more, and find different ways to promote and advertise, even if that means doing what I've been known for doing, which is going to come back around the pike here soon if I continue to feel less and less pain-free. I'm not all the way there yet, but I'm a lot better than I was. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. But like most things here, getting folks completely on board to support it and then actually getting it done, I guess is the name of the game and the test and the challenge. And then if not, doing it yourself in a world where they're going to tell you, well, this is capitalism, right? It's America. It's capitalism. It's freedom. But Paulie boy, you can't post that, and you can't post this, and you can't advertise that, and you can't do this. Oh, and then the other one was they want me to declare that I'm a business, oddly enough. And then the guy on the website goes, if you want to use this for personal reasons, go ahead and do it. And he literally said that. Go ahead and try it and do it. If we approve you, great. If not, we don't. He goes, but you still got to claim you're a corporate entity or a business. I go, and you don't see a problem with that? Right away, we're back to the same old game. He says it doesn't matter, but you want me to fill out a legal paperwork signing and claiming electronically signature that I am, in quotes, this is their words, that I'm a business. And whatever implications that come with that, right? So it's not free, it's not brave, because I got to declare that I'm a corporate entity to even exist and interact with you folks, which I've been declaring for the longest time what that is and why they want that on record, I suspect. Can't prove it. To even do interactions, I got to be in a commercial capacity as a commercial entity, subject to all the statutes, policies, and codes. So you know what comes with that? Once I claim I'm not a man and I'm a corporation, well, now other corporations can fuck me. The word is called intercourse in banking. So they'll try to come and sue me and try to take whatever I have or whatever's connected to what I declared myself to be, which would be my all caps names and any accounts and assets. They want to tie in with that. They'll come and try to take everything that I am and have because of a message that I put up, right? And it wouldn't even matter if they're going to do that or not do that. I can, in good conscience, in order to put out a message, claim I'm something I'm not. I'm not a fucking corporation. I'm not a business. Right? So, and then not only that, not only have to claim my business entity, but then they have to approve the ad. to make sure it doesn't offend anyone. And right away they tell me it's divisive language. Oh, right. But all the news stations on all sides fomenting civil war and blaming each other so that people fight each other using known lies, that's okay. But I can't put up an actual truth that's played up a little bit, that your boys are going to be sent to war and your girls are going to be sent to Epstein Island with your tax money, which is an actual fact at this point to some extent, always has been. And we know that back to the Roman Empire. This is nothing new. So yeah, again, if folks want to contribute and support to Operation Slave Mock in general, they're more than willing to. If they're specifically contributing to what I opened up to when it comes to the billboard, and they've put that in there, or they send me an email and go, listen, I'm this guy and I contributed this for that, that's all you have to say. If this doesn't happen, you will have that returned for no other reason than I'm not going to live with that karma and that guilt that I told you to contribute to something and I didn't go through with it. For what? It's not worth the $1,000 or whatever it is. Right. So have no fear on that end. And then, of course, there's always other options. So I'm going to go ahead and put up the couple $100, because why not, to create the 200 or so bumper stickers. And we'll start with guerrilla marketing. We'll go back old school. And by the way, if I do wind up sending these out to people, definitely don't put them on the gas pumps like the leftists and the right-winger slaves do. I'm pretty sure that's not criminal. That would be civil, but I could make the argument either way. You know me, because I'm the lawyer who never got the bar card. They some of them have told me too, Paulie, well, why don't you just become work with us? You'd be great. I know, I'd be great. I'd be a great wannabe pimp slave master. I'd be really good. But I'm pretty sure it's civil and not criminal. So worst case scenario is it wouldn't be considered destruction of property. You would essentially, presuming they came and got you and dragged you into court and took you to court, more than likely what I'm seeing is it would be like, we had to remove this sticker from our gas pump and it cost us $150. So you got to pay us that, right? But that's why I'm telling you, definitely don't. Okay, I can't be more clear about this. Definitely don't put the Operation Slave Mock bumper sticker about the wars in Epstein Island. Don't put it on the gas pump where hundreds of people a day have to pull up and sit there and look at the gas pump and take in whatever is in front of their face, right? Because one, that would be a civil infraction, and two, that would be the greatest advertising marketing ever. And also three, it'd be the greatest slave mock ever, because it's going to be right between those two stickers that the retards on both sides put that Biden did it. You know what's great about the gas pump? This is my new bit. I'm crafting it right now as we speak, like so many others. The greatest thing about the gas pump of America is it is the oracle of the Matrix. You thought it was an obese black woman who looked like Aunt Jemima in the movie? No, it's not. It's the gas pump. Just go down to a gas pump anywhere near you and you will find out it is the American oracle of our time. Why do I say this? It is the only place where there is a unanimous decision and agreement that it was both Biden and Trump who fucked everybody and made the gas go up. See how that works? Literally, that's the only way you can get them to tell the truth, is in their lie, like Tony Montana. Because any other place you try to get him to admit, hey, it's Biden who did it, it's Trump who did it, all of you fucked everybody and got the gas through the roof. But they can't admit that and see it that way. You just got to go down to the gas pump and it's the proverbial cave wall they're going to study 1,000 years from now. They're going to go, there were some mongoloid, prefrontal cortex creatures who ran around, basically chimpanzees in jeans, voting and paying slave tax for hundreds and thousands of years. And their version of the cave wall was the gas pump. That was the concrescence point for all modern day, at the time, experiences, challenges, trials, and tribulations. And here we see, we can deduce the fact that through the limited perspective of the chimpanzees and genes on both sides, that both of them have communicated a objective idea here without even knowing it, right? So next time we're around, you can go ahead and thank them for finally being honest in their lie and their projection, proving right there on the gas pump that it was in fact Biden and Trump who collectively fucked everyone, along with the slaves who paid for him and voted for him, and raised the gas prices. Because it doesn't matter who's in, you all keep putting stickers on the pump going, that guy did it. But you still can't figure out it's everybody doing it, right? How fascinating. So, yeah, again, I can't be more clear. Definitely don't put the high slave, your tax money goes toward wars in Epstein Island on the gas pump in between the Biden and Trump did it stickers. The slaves aren't going to like that. And if they somehow check cameras and come track you down and come get you, they might hit you with a bill, civil infraction, and you might have to pay to get that sticker removed from that pump, right?
Breaking.
Now, what you can do is legally, just to make sure we're legal here, what you can do is ask the drug addict, most likely, behind the counter who works there, right? Like 2 a.m. You slip him a $5 or $10 tip, maybe, and you ask him if you can put one of the stickers on the gas pumps, and he most likely allows you because he can't really stop you, and it's not his gas station anyway. He doesn't really give a fuck. And you just gave him $10 to go get more drugs he's addicted to, right? I'm just trying to explain to you guys how life works. And now we're totally legal in that scenario. That everything I just said right there, totally legal. Okay? I'm pretty sure. I think. I don't know. Maybe. We'll check into it. And then you just say, Paul enslaved and the drug addict made me do it. If it ever goes bad.
I'm your host, Hannah Marsick. If you were tuning into us before the break, we were listening into our friends at Fox 13 Seattle's coverage as the United States.
That's when they'll say that's redundant. You said Paul enslaved and a drug addict. That's the same thing, according to us.
They're in Seattle, but of course,
Hashtag society.
It's happening all across the United States as there are matches happening all across the United States. We wanted to bring you a piece looking at that perspective. Take a listen.
Where we got pops, it was boom.
Thursday marks 1 week since the first kickoff of the 2026 World Cup. With 2 matches down at New York, New Jersey Stadium, it is safe to say so far business is booming.
If this could be how the bar business was every year.
Okay. This person asked a good question, and I immediately, you guys go to the front of the line, okay? You get that here, you don't get it anywhere else. So if you got questions, comments, concerns, and you want to push back on what I'm saying, not only am I not annoyed by that, even if I come across as annoyed by that, just walk with me. That's either who I am as an asshole or that's my presentment here, right? But just kind of try to accept that. You immediately get all of our attention here and you get our response. So please, more of that, whether I like it or not. We need that. That's what makes this thing roll. So Germ Creature, aptly named, I wish more of the citizen slaves. I'm not saying you're a citizen slave. We'll get to that. I'm saying I wish more citizen slaves who came here would name themselves something that accurately describes who and what they are. So Germ, right? I get it, but why don't you think okay, let's try again. I get it, but why don't you think they wouldn't just, okay, so yeah, it is this person. This person's almost completely illiterate. Sir, how many Moderna, Pfizer, Johnson Johnsons have you got? Separate idea. Just put it in the chat and I'm going to continue here and we'll get back to it. We'll circle back. I get it, but why don't you think they wouldn't just triple negative appoint who they want at that point if it doesn't matter anyway? I'm not defending or trying to change your mind, just interesting angle. Okay, so try to picture this. Remember when you were younger, maybe you still do, you play video games, right? Remember the old Nintendo 64, Super Nintendo, all that jazz? That was the glory days of video games. Remember when we used to play video games and you wanted to be in control and just play the game and do what you wanted to do? I never had a brother or sister, right? Very lonely. dark upbringing with abusive parents as well. But let's get away from that. The point is, many of you out there had somewhat loving parents. They loved each other at one time, and they had sex more than once and had more than one child, right? And you remember your brother, your little brother or sister, they always wanted to interfere with your control in your game, right? Try to take over and say, I want to play. So you'd hand them the controller that wasn't plugged into the game, and you'd tell them, okay, little Jimmy, here's your controller, go ahead and play. And they'd sit there blissfully ignorant or unaware of the fact that the controller wasn't even plugged in, but they'd bang the buttons and flick the joysticks, right? And it would feel a lot like they were playing, right? They really felt like you gave them the controller and they were really playing. But no, it was a deception. It was an illusion, right? And they're too foolish as a little baby child to know the controller's not plugged in. You're not actually controlling anything. You just think you are. It's a great pacifier, right? Now, just take that allegory, everything I just told you and showed you, and apply it to government. And it answers your question. Why does government not just do whatever they want to do and tell you to shut up and go away because they're going to continue to play their slave game? Well, you would start tantruming and whining and crying and then going to dad about it, right? So instead of having you tantrum, whine, and cry and interrupt them more and go to dad, they just hand you a controller that's not plugged in and then say, go get him, tiger. And you just keep buying into it, right? That's all that is. So government is essentially the unplugged controller you hand to your little brother or sister to get them to stop tantruming and crying and believe that they have a choice. Or that they have any kind of control over the game, right? USA.
Both sides, and you guys are having a hearty breakfast. I noticed.
Yes, we're here. We're celebrating the FIFA World Cup. These are all the best friends. We're here. We love it. This is going to be great. Everything's been fun.
And of course, we got both sides represented here. You're visiting from kind of far away?
From New Zealand.
Okay, and tell me of all the places you could have watched this game today, especially when it was happening right down the street.
Look at this atmosphere.
Tell me about it.
Look at this atmosphere. Seattle's been an amazing football city. We've enjoyed this so much. And go Australia.
Reporting in Seattle, AJ Janiville, Fox 13 News.
AJ just had the best time. He had lots of food and he got to see all the people having fun. Well, the party down at Victory Hall in Seattle got started early today. Fox 13's Lauren Donovan got an up-close look.
This is now going to be the whole news cycle for today. We're going on over an hour of this or more. Of them running around wooing, thinking they're cute because they put a weird hat on. And this is it's like this every year. We do the same garbage. Slaves finally wake up, their hormones get going, whatever's left of them, testosterone, estrogen aren't completely extracted from their bodies yet, not completely. And there they go. They start wooing, drinking, fucking, producing more slaves, and shouting USA. That is the life cycle of the typical fascist corporatist. It's like observing a fly. Some kind of weird cyclical birth, death, gestation period, of some insect is like what this is. The cicada-like slaves have finally come out of their fucking hole, their winter hole, to sprout their wings, and now they're buzzing with euphoria because they're going to do the three things left for them to do that aren't completely regulated or made illegal, right? Drink until they black out, fuck some spike protein-ridden harlot whore, and watch big black guys roll around together and chase balls on a field and simulate warfare. Four things, and yell USA, USA, while they pay 40% of what they make to be ruled over. Absolutely, I could come here every day just like them. I'm like them on the other side. They're watching all this. I'm watching them. And this is my simulated warfare. It's simulated, non-simulated warfare, Coliseum group collective events, right? And I'm over here wooing and I'm yelling US slave while they're yelling USA, right? See, it's all about vantage point and perspective in this life, really.
Away for that commercial break here on Live Now from Fox here. Also going to take this opportunity to slide away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. If you're just joining us, my name's Anna.
Oh, and David, another break. Break every 30 seconds. We need a break to come back to nothingness. David C. I don't want to say your last name, a family name. A lot of folks don't like that, and I can understand why. I've gotten to know that. So, David C., I just want to let you know I got your contribution. Clint F. also writes for Billboard Fund. Travis T. as well. So, yeah, again. And also going forward, I'm gonna make it clear here just to eliminate confusion and the need for me to go back and undo what I'm asking to be done. You know, if you're going to contribute, make it specific or non-specific, so I know what to do later if necessary, right? So, like, just in general, Operation Slave Mock contributions go toward whatever I decide to do. If I want to drop a bunch of balloons with messages in them, if that's feasible, right? And I don't feel like I'm getting ripped off and it'll be interesting and maybe, you know, create a conversation. If I want to hire a skywriter for an hour and write greetings slave and then put pimp on slave, whatever that, I don't know. So Operation Slave Mock in general is like whatever I want to do to promote, to market, to advertise, to create content, that's that. If you specifically say the billboard, then, well, if I don't do it, you're getting that back. And then if you want to resend it back, or you want to specifically tell me, hey, I sent it for this, if it doesn't happen, you can keep it. Well, great. But if not, that's what's going to go on. Because again, I just been more inspired lately. I want to, you know, create a conversation, grow the channel if possible, and if not, just trigger and have a good time, right? Wherever that leads to, however long that energy lasts, right? So. Yeah, that's pretty much the idea. And again, I'm starting small and basic with the 200 bumper stickers for right now, and then I'm going to look into some more stuff when I'm not here.
Is Brazil and Haiti. That match is happening at Philadelphia Stadium. That's set to kick off later this evening around 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. As you can see, coming from World Cup 2026, Brazilian fans have taken over Philadelphia. A match that's currently underway right now is the
Why does she sound like she's
Scotland match. Morocco is still up 1-2.
Sounds like she's in a hole.
Live now from Fox is we are going to head back out to our friends at Fox 13 Seattle. Their World Cup coverage continues following that match there earlier today. Let's listen in.
With some that went to Seattle Center.
Oh, man, what a win for Team USA. We're out here at Seattle Center, and it cleared out quick, but the big fans are still here, including JP.
No, Ian, we don't do that. Ian, hold on, we're missing our slaves, too.
It's great. I mean, USA
great, everything's great. USA, great. USA, everything's amazing.
Fantastic. Even without Pulisic, we still did it. USA pulled out the win, and we're super stoked.
Totally.
I see you got your daughter with you. I mean, growing up, we didn't see this for Team USA. What's it feel like to be able to have her?
What number vaccine is she on? Let us know right now.
As a dad, I grew up playing soccer. I love soccer, and just introducing it to my daughter has been fantastic. I'm just elated. I'm so stoked.
Okay, so we get it. We don't have to continue to go to this. And honestly, I can be morbid and mock, but like if I let myself, I will feel for that child and I won't want to watch this anymore. But that's my trip, right? That's my whole deal. Great questions from the germ creature. The germ creature is being very civilized, sophisticated, equitable. So that's respectable here. We don't get that here a lot, right? So I have to approach that a certain way. Hold on, I'm vomiting. Germ, it's not your fault. This happens sometimes when I see these slaves with their ridiculous hats and they just keep saying the same 5 things. Everything's great. It's amazing. USA. Make America great. Sports ball. I started involuntarily vomiting, but let's get back. So let's say the entirety of America stopped voting. What do you think happens? What's the impact on both sides? Okay. Decent question. I don't know, sir. I could speculate. We all could speculate, but I don't know. What I do know is they would have to get back to understanding what made this place great as far as America or even this universe. It's called self-governance. Okay, so see, my issue is that the more people keep voting, nothing gets better anyway, and people learn less and less how to govern themselves, proving that America's got to fail because, again, America was founded on self-governance. So the less we self-govern, the less American we are, the less great we are, the more we get into collectivism, the more it doesn't matter who we vote for, because why? You're voting for people to represent you, but you're not voting for you to learn actually what your rights are, what they aren't, and how to govern yourself. Can you see the inherent just failure baked in and built into the system in and of itself by what it trains the people to do and not do? So I know one of the consequences of stop looking to voting and doing it because you think it's going to make you freer or braver, right? Remember they say, free and brave, pledge to allegiance, land of the free, land of the brave. If you're pledging allegiance to the flag that stands for the corporation, which represents the men and women and the land on the ground, which are free and brave, and you're not that, then the corporation doesn't matter. If you are that, then the corporation doesn't matter. Can you see the game? And how it's so beautiful in its ugliness, how it tells you the truth by lying to you. How does that work, Paulie boy? You just talked in a circle. No, that's paradox. The whole universe is paradox. That must be resolved, you could argue. So again, a free and we'll try this again. I may have to say it 100, 1,000 more times for it to finally click. A population of free and brave people are great inherently. They are the most American. They don't need to be governed over or represented. If the people are governed over and they're representative and they are not free and brave, it doesn't matter who you get to govern over them. They're not free and brave. They will never be great, nor will they produce greatness. Again, if they are free and brave and they produce prosperity and greatness, they don't need someone to represent them and rule over them because they're already governing themselves while actualizing and realizing true self. See how that works? It's all right there. It should not be that difficult. If it is difficult for you to conceptualize how voting for someone to yap on a screen and write up papers isn't going to make the population or the land any better off, you have a serious problem when it comes to cause and effect, logic, morals, and ethics. Did I say cause and effect? Yeah, I believe that I did. You have a serious problem when it comes to cognizing how reality actually works. Okay? And again, the question you asked is a good question because it precisely reveals why we keep doing insanity over and over again, because the fear of the unknown. People are more comfortable with continuing to engage in something they know what it is, even if they knowingly know it's going to produce slavery and genocide, because it's the known. They're more afraid of the unknown solution than they are of the known problem. It's akin to a woman who stays with an abuser for 15, 20 years because the unknown of having to go out and meet someone or be alone is more scary than the known problem that they've cozied up to and got used to. Okay? So no, I don't know what the battered wife is going to have to face, or I do know to some extent, but not completely. I can't predict that for her. I don't know what the battered wife completely is going to have to face or where she's going to end up. I know where she's at now and what it's creating for her. I know that by leaving and stop giving power and value to the abuser, she can finally have an opportunity to go off and be who and what she's meant to be and call in an equal partner, if anything at all is meant to be on that level, right? And again, the healthy, functional person who wants better for themselves is willing to go off in the unknown on their own or with other support groups to find an equal partner or to just live life as a single quote unquote person, then they are willing to continue another 15, 20 years with a narcissistic, codependent abuser who gaslights you and wants you to pay for all their shit. And then claim that you're just paying for all your own shit while they aggrandize themselves and enrich themselves, right? That's all this is. Relationship with the corporation you call government is nothing more or less than the dynamics of a captor or abuser, or no, not a captor, the victim-minded person and the psychopathic, sociopathic person, what folks like to call narcissistic, is there's different elements of it, but we'll be generalized here to communicate an idea. The dynamics are no more and no less a toxic relationship, slave master dynamic, victim victimizer dynamic, and it takes two to tango on all sides. Fanboy of well, we're tiptoeing in. We're finally almost an hour and a half in, tiptoeing in. You can tell that because they're starting to project onto me that I'm a Democrat and a leftist. I'm none of that, sir. I think you're all slaved out. I think you're all mind and heart controlled. I think you're all insane, and you continue to keep choosing from this or that when this or that leads to everything we've experienced so far. Collectivism, statism, fascism, socialism, Marxism, pick an ism, because they're all backed by the one ism spiritually that goes back to the beginning of time, what you might call Satanism. I'll call it Luciferianism. I don't want to offend the Satanists. All right, let's see if we have any responses from our germ creature, who's asking some good questions, leading to some even better answers, if I may say so myself. Voting is fake and gay. I guess that's one way to put it. At the same time, what else can we do? Again, I don't know what that means. It's not necessarily what you can do, it's what you can stop doing. You get judged not only by what you do, but what you don't do. Or what you, excuse me. You not only get judged by what you do, but what you don't do. Right? So, I didn't necessarily tell you how to do anything to make everything better overnight. I told you by stop doing certain things, things will become what they're meant to be. And then you have to deal with that. The responsibility and accountability that comes with that. You say, what else is there to do? Stop paying them to run your life. Stop complying with their thousands of policies and codes. When they come time to hand you a paper, either tell them you don't have jurisdiction and stop showing up at their courts, or because you love the game and want to play and you don't give a fuck where it goes, you're willing to sit for a couple weeks or months if necessary, because what else are we doing here? That's activism, right? You tell them, I'll show up to a limited presentment where I acknowledge you have no jurisdiction and rebut your presumptions and put my affidavit and my claim on file. You need to take back control of the court, sir. You take back control of your ass, your mind and your heart, your ass, and then take back control of these courts so you could take back control of this land and have governance of and by and for the people. That's what the fuck you do. Because if you don't do it at some point, it's going to war. And I get it. You're not going to stand anywhere in this life. You're going to be a punk coward day to day in your supposed time of liberty, being ruled by thousands of policies and codes. You can't even own property anymore because if you don't pay the tax, they're coming to take it. That's Marxism and socialism, dummies. So for you conservatives and republicards out there, this would have been the point in history where some folks in the past would have got a gun out. And that's why you had a Second Amendment. I'm not advocating for that. I'm not promoting that. That's where it's going historically. See, so don't ask me what we do, or don't try to say we don't know what to do when I and others are already doing it and have done it and are going to continue to do it. And yes, it is creating a result. And yes, we're in the conversation now. And yes, from the top down, from Capitol Hill, they're having to talk about, let's play the clip for them. Because I'm your magic slave bus driver, like the magic school bus. We got to do our daily loop, our weekly loop, whenever I'm on the clock, right? It's down and back, the corner of slavery and genocide lane. So JD, everybody's favorite, as of late, one of their favorite, neocon, republicard, puppets, and presenters, J.D. Vance, sovereign citizen remark. They're all confused by that. The clip has a question mark. J.D. Vance calls us sovereign citizens in question mark? Yeah. Many of you haven't been in reality for the longest time. You don't know what the animating contest or freedom or liberty is. You don't even understand it when it comes to the founders. You yell about the Constitution. You don't even know what the fuck is in there, how it applies. You don't know how to move it. at court on any level, right? So you're not even in reality with the rest of us, the few of us who are on the ground involved, right? Whether it's metaphysically involved or physically involved, you're not involved in any of that. The majority of folks, right? So they're just completely confused and put off why anything happens. They can't deduce or infer why anything's happening because they don't have any or all of the information or a good portion of it. So let's go to JD Vance. He seems to think that one of the most important things we need to do all of a sudden, after they were done putting it down and shitting on it, hating on it, trying to get you to attack it, now they want to adopt it and say it's the most important thing we need to do is become sovereign citizens.
For American policy over the next 10 years is how to ensure that you are a sovereign citizen. And you cannot be a sovereign citizen if any private corporation or any government can steal something from you that belongs to you.
I didn't hear that.
For American policy.
Okay, they cut it off. I want the first part of the statement. He says the most important thing we need to do over the next 10 years or so, X amount of years, is ensure that we become sovereign citizens. So this whole time that I and others on the ground have been practicing upholding the law of the land, which is rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, absent of the interference and deprivation of rights under color of law. That's 1982 or 83 rather, U.S. code. I don't need U.S. code to correlate a conviction that I have and an understanding and common sense, which is that a servant doesn't have a right to interfere with my will, which God gave me. See how easy that was? So we went from Paulie Boy and his ilk, his type are sovereign citizens. They're trying to overthrow the corporation we keep calling government with their pseudo legal theories. We went from they're crazy and they don't have any standing to this is what we all need to be and become. Do you think that's a coincidence? You think that's an accident? You think he'd have even said that one time? Unless it's a fake clip, go ahead and check it. I've checked it. They tell me it's real. Your Snopes and all the rest of them would have been out there by now. Maybe I got to recheck it. It's been a couple months. Maybe we got some new information. So keep me honest. But if that clip is real, and according to the fact check when I did it, it was real. We didn't have any debunking of that clip. While he's saying that, by the way, I think in the same week, your buddy came out on the other side, Ted Cruz, and said we all need to get behind this idea of stop attacking pedophiles. Really? So the same week or the same month that JD Vance comes out and supposedly, check it. Don't believe any of us. The same week or month he comes out and says, we all need to figure out how to become sovereign citizens. Ted Cruz tells us all, we need to stop attacking pedophiles. Weird, huh? How this broadcast, what we go over here, what we talk about here, the truth that comes through here is on the main world stage all day, every day. More and more. At one point, it would have been denied or ignored. Now it's all day, every day. It's right there. That's how life works. That's how the quantum physics works. That's how the 100th monkey effect works. I don't care if I sit back here with 30 live viewers shadow banned. Even if it's on a 23,000 person original channel we don't use anymore. Doesn't matter because those 30 people have gotten the upload. They got the understanding. They're seeing more and more. They're questioning. They're practicing upholding the law. They're exercising their freedoms, the will, the spirit that God put within them. They're sharing that information. It's going out there. It's being spread more and more. This is all over before it ever started, and it's God's will, it's God's plan, and it's all been prophesied in Scripture as well. The kingdom of Shaitan will have its reign for a time, and then guess what? We're coming back under the original order. None of this is coincidence. None of this is accident. We're all right on time. It's perfect in its imperfection. We're in the best of times. We're in the worst of times. Worst of times because the revealing of the truth that's always been here is happening. That's the literal meaning of the apocalypse. The devil, the deception is coming right out in the open and asking you to accept it and pay for it and serve it. And at the same time, the opportunity for the truth, life, and way is coming forth for us to serve that and God and ourselves and each other. And I and many others are conduit for that. And it's coming right out in the open in so many different ways. And now, as it were, as it talks about in Scripture, the Christed energy has returned. The Christ has returned, and it is in fact going to do battle with the kingdom of Shaitan or its ruler, okay? And it's a battle, non-battle, because we ain't picking up arms to do it. All we got to do is glorify God by being the examples of truth, life, and way as much as possible. God's will over the rulership of man and the centralized banker Babylonian cartels. The battle, non-battle, because God's not asking you to fight. It's asking you to stop giving your soul over, paying and supporting. Didn't ask you to fight them and beat them and do battle with them. It just asked you to stop selling your fucking soul, please, and let it do the rest. So we'll see where everybody takes that, right? Do we get the sovereign citizen clip? No, we have to find another one to play the whole thing because they'll say I made it up. And even if it might be AI at this point, right? Nothing's real anymore. That's what's so laughable about news in general and clips and all the rest of us. Is that real, Pauly Boy? Is that AI? Does it matter? You bitch ass motherfucker. If you can't go within and find out inside of you what's real and what's not real with your own conviction, you're fucked anyway. Don't you get it? Once again, we're back to the same idea, the reflection of governance. If you can go within and find right from wrong and a conviction that God put there, do you need news and the rest of these people and any one of these content creators and presenters? No, and that includes me. See how it works? The same holographic reflective dynamic I applied to governance, we can apply to anything. If you got it, then you don't need it. If you need it, you don't got it. This shouldn't be that difficult.
They can sell you advertisements. One of the biggest questions for American policy over the next 10 years is how to ensure that you are a sovereign citizen. And you cannot be a sovereign citizen if any private corporation or any government can steal something from you that belongs to you.
What? The ideas that Pauly Boy and others have been putting out for decades that were marginalized, mocked, hated on, ignored, shadow banned are now talking points for the neocon magatards? Wonder who the actual hero non-heroes were. I don't look at myself that way and what we do here, but in a way, it's way more that than any of these folks who are claiming that for themselves. Wonder who the real leaders and heroes and Q-anus white hats are. You know, scary storm coming. Trust the plan and more importantly, be part of it. Cosmic grassroots movement, if you will. So it turns out this whole time, much like the cliche phrase goes, first they deny you, right? Then they mock you and laugh at you. Then they come up against you and what you do, right? And then you beat them and win. And it wasn't about beating and winning. It's an idea whose time has come. It's how to win without fighting. It's how to be beaten before you've ever started, or how to beat them before you've ever started. So for all of you slaves who want to mock me and what we do here and then ask me, well, why do these people have more audience and more money and all the rest of that? That's never been a barometer of true value or power or truth in general. Actions and results will be. That's all on the table. So when these people who you all voted for and all paid for and all wasted all your time for finally come out like they're doing and admit that the actual goal and the only thing that matters here is what I and others in our little holes have been doing and speaking this whole time. Big surprise, huh? You guys were the last to know. Turns out I wasn't a crazy person. Turns out I wasn't delusional and in denial. I was just, like many before me, ahead of my time. See, genius, that's why I'm a god of all media. Now I'm going to trigger you a little bit. Genius is always ahead of its time, and the folks can't even see what the vision is or enact it until we're way down the road. And a whole bunch of other things have taken place, right? We're still not there yet on the whole, but we're getting there. So again, don't ask me about people who you're going to pay for, give 40% of what you make to, for them to write up a bunch of codes to supposedly make America great again. Turns out all they needed was a gorilla in a trailer who's telling it and not even selling it. Maybe one day the folks will realize that they didn't have governance. They didn't have true governance and freedoms because they had to go to J.D. Vance and wait for him to tell them where the truth, power, and value is located and what we need to do and be. You wonder why you didn't have it? Because you didn't have it. You had to go get it from someone who didn't have it or couldn't give it to you. When I gave it to you and showed it to you, you wouldn't take it from me because I wasn't the right person. Remember the allegory of God? Sending a train, a plane, a boat to come save you because you're in the ocean, whatever the allegory is, but you don't take it because you prayed to God to save you and God never showed up, right? God sent someone or something to be what you needed for yourself, not for them. You wouldn't take it from them. Then you want to sit around and wonder why you don't have empowerment and freedom. Exactly that dynamic right there. You had to pay for, vote for, and wait for J.D. Vance and Donnie Trump to tell you out of the clear blue after lying on everybody and mocking it and hating on it, what we needed to do all along that I was right here doing and telling, right? And you wonder why I'm bitter and resentful and frustrated at times. Not an excuse. I'm just saying if you wonder why. Because I got to sit here in a world where these people running everything and the majority of my friends and family most of my life love to suck their ass and pay them to run their life and say, we think Paulie might be a little bit wacky. We don't really know. He's kind of interesting and entertaining. He makes some points, but I don't know, something's up. As they're paying and voting for and following the dictates of folks who are fucking their children or sending them to be blown up. And they're kind of confused and wonder why it might be a bit bitter and resentful at times and morbid in my sense of humor in order to cope, right? As a coping mechanism. Let's get back. Nobody wants to hear a gorilla in a trailer talk about truth, life, and way, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. They want to watch their fake ass frauding public officials and corporatists not do that and then say that somehow it's going to lead to what those actions would lead to if we took them, right? We need more of that. They want more fake leadership where nothing gets done rather than true leadership where they got to do it themselves with each other.
Really excited. I mean, what did you think of that game? Yeah. And what was your favorite part? Food. There you go. The food was the best part. I agree. That's it. Chocolate-covered strawberries. Love it. Chocolate-covered strawberries for JP and his daughter.
So someone's bringing up in chat, this is not something I give too much time and attention to, but I'll wink and a nod for today because something came up recently. It's a non-issue for most people, right? Most people don't know who Justin Padini is, and it doesn't matter to them, but Jay Marley wants to point out Justin Padini is not Zoolander, but Moolander because he has D cups that need milking. A little bit of inside baseball.
Good times to be had by all out here at Seattle Center. Make sure you guys hang out because we are going to be out here throughout the rest of the World Cup. For now, we'll send it back to you.
Well, it's been a party all day with fans from across the globe in town for today's match this morning. Fox 13's Alyssa Charleston-Smith ran into a fan visiting from the other side of the world.
You live in Dubai. You came to Seattle for this World Cup.
Absolutely.
What does it mean to have it here in the U.S.?
It's incredible. It's a lifetime.
Is this an atmosphere you've experienced before, or is this the first?
Nothing like this. It's like next level USA. It's incredible.
I love that. He said we're next level USA. And you know that we're such a soccer city and we're so loud when we go to the stadiums.
Right. And you don't realize it's another big collective mockery, humiliation ritual because you all sit around with 1,000 other replications of God, not knowing God or the truth. And you think there's no other energy like yelling and screaming about sports ball in unison. Wait till you guys, if you ever get to the point where you discover the God within, project that outward, bond over that, come together and co-create from that perspective. The sports ball collectivism won't quite do it justice. Do you see what this all is? That's all this is. One big broadcast, televised humiliation, mockery ritual to the God of this world and the ignorance and the rejection of the God of creation on every level, from what they watch to what they say to who they are to what they produce to what they consume to the symbols that are all over their clothing that they're wearing. It's all sorcery, ritual, simulation. With the words, the spelling words, the symbols, the phrases, the talismans, how they purposely hire people to come on and act wide-eyed and a part of all of it and mock them indirectly by acting like we're all cool and hanging out and it's a great time and ignoring all the other shit that's going on that matters. That's all it is, folks. You sit there, you think you're your own person, you think you're surrounded by your own individual people, you're all collectively being avatared, and you're all being put into a, I'll say it again, sorcery, mockery, humiliation, spelling ritual where you give glory and thanks and you praise and send your energy to the Luciferian energies and spirits that run this place and all of your Roman fascistic collectivist games. That's the spirit and the energy that inhabits it. That's what's behind it. Completely anti-American, anti-life, anti-Christ. Masquerading as the good, average, well-to-do, civilized, patriotic American. Laughable. And because they are so great at acting everywhere in their life, it's so difficult to try to see who's who and what's what, because they seem happy and joyful and loving. And then they'll play a clip of Paulie Boy and say, see, that's the devil. He's the evil one. Listen to him. Listen to his tone. Can't you feel that? See that care, that passion, that energy? That's evil. Why? Because the contents force them to be accountable and responsible while they want to be cowardly and ignorant and arrogant in their ignorance. While they want to throw away everything good and great here and live out the life of a slave and then project that it's good and great. It's anti-American, it's anti-Christ, it's anti-life. And that's why you got to eat so much fried food, smoke so many cigarettes, and drink so much liquor to cope with it. Because subconsciously, spiritually, you know exactly what the fuck I'm saying is true. You just don't want to make it conscious and you don't want to address it. So it's going to eat you from inside and it's going to manifest from within, because as within, so without, as above, so below. That's how this works. Can't run from the truth, life, and way. Can't run from yourself. So now you got to be shown yourself on a collective level. That's all lockdown was. That's all scamdemic was. That's all cancer rates going up thousands of percent is another holographic, reflective simulation, expression of who and what these people all are. A cancer on the earth. A pandemic of ignorance and arrogance. A bunch of locked down slaves whose minds and hearts have been locked down for the longest time, separated and disconnected, not only from creator, but conscience the creator put there. See? Lockdown, pandemic, and all the rest of it isn't a one-time event. It's a way of living and serving or lack thereof. See? All the mask wearers who go every day for decades upon decades, for hundreds of years, pretending to be something they're not. This isn't all just a week-long, month-long, couple years-long event that comes and goes, old normal, new normal. This has been what this place is and who these people are, what they serve for thousands of years. Babylon isn't a time and place and a vacation destination. Babylon is a state of beingness. Because the whole world is in the hands of the Dark One, and more importantly, doesn't know it. That's what makes it so effective. Mind and heart control. Principalities in high places, as the scripture points out. Jack Talcott is here. I'm pretty sure that I'm not welcome with Paul still, but I'm going to do what I want anyway. Exactly. Thank you, Jack Talcott, for pointing out why you and everyone around you is in the state of beingness you're in. Because you're pretty sure you read other people and know their boundaries and wishes, but you're going to do whatever you want anyway. And that's why you're not able to be loved by certain people in your personal life. And that's why they don't respect you. And that's why they blocked you and cut you off. We knew you'd be back at some point because you're parasitic and codependent and needy. Okay. And now there you go. You offered me to come to your area the other day. I was nice and polite. I said, no, thank you. So you had to come over here, right? And poke me and get what you predictably knew you were going to get. And now you're going to try to project onto me that it's me. Didn't ask you to be here. Don't want you or need you to be here. You can't stay away from me in here. You keep messaging me privately, even though I don't respond. And you just can't get it through your head, okay? Doesn't matter if you're nice, kind, and polite and real with these folks. They don't care about the truth or your truth. They don't respect your boundaries and wishes. They claim to be loving, caring people. They're not. They're codependent, desperate, manipulative, and needy, power hungry. And they present themselves over and over again when you ask them not to, hoping that you'll respond or react to them so they can go back off and play the victim and point at you and say, see how bad and wrong and evil he is. That's your passive aggressive narcissism that you want to project as mine. I told you how I feel. I left. I haven't been back. I explained to you what my boundaries and wishes are. I'm not answering you privately, which communicates to you where I'm at. Should anyway. But you're going to continue to poke and prod and be needy and desperate and codependent. And then when I won't return that devouring mama energy, you're going to project onto me that I'm bad and wrong. Something's wrong with me. Simply because I don't want to interact with you and deal with you and want to live life the way you want me to live it. Sounds very familiar. Why don't you go run for politics? See? When the day comes when you actually care about what's true and what's right and you're ready, I'll be here. Now I just banned the wrong person from my chat. So now I got to go in and unban them. God, Heart Guardian, my apologies. And now the idiot wants to scroll in the chat and type laughy faces to try to cope. That's funny to you? It's funny to you that we have a 5-year interaction. You inserted yourself into my life and won't leave or go away or stay away. And you think it's funny that you keep replicating a pattern with me of your dissolution and disconnection, the same one you have with the people you work with, your family, people on panels. You think that's funny? Hey, listen, man, you like it. I love it. Just don't bring it around me and don't keep trying to suck off me to be a part of your life and your experiences. Because when I do, when I try to, you don't respect me. You don't care about what's true and what's right. You can't get along with me for any period of time. And you can't allow me to present or have the spotlight without you getting insecure, bitter, and resentful. So I'm done with that loop, man. We may loop it again in the future. Who knows? Stranger things have happened. But for now, I'm done with it. Okay? And you know that. And that's why you're back here. And that's another reason I'm done with it. Sick of these parasitic, codependent, manipulative freaks on here who lie to everyone, including themselves, about who and what they are, what they stand for, and what they're a part of. You've wasted enough of my time, energy, attention. You've horned in on enough of the value that's been presented here, either from me or to me, right? And quite frankly, you've shown how unthankful and ungrateful and greedy and selfish you are, among other things. Many of you would have little to no live audience. We can go back and show that at one point. If it wasn't for you being presented here, many of you would have little to no presentments when it comes to any kind of value, dollar-wise, if it wasn't for that audience that came over with you. Done with it, man. I've done too much for too long for too many of you, and you've given me little to nothing back other than content of you being a loser, freak, unthankful, ungrateful asshole, which is great. I've removed that as well. My StreamYard now no longer, there's 2 slave cop videos left. There used to be 15. They're all gone. I'm cleaning house, okay? I'm freeing myself up. So this is probably all the interaction you're going to get for the longest of times. And I'm going to encourage others here to act like you don't exist as well. And I will not be coming over there to watch you or listen to you because I will not allow you to bait me into an interaction as much as possible. We're cleaning house. We're done. We're moving on. I should have did this a long time ago. I set the intention to do it, but I couldn't let a lot of you go because I feel for you, because I have become endeared to you over the course of time. And that's what a lot of you bank on. You're so codependent and parasitic. If we just hang around enough, if we just insert ourselves in people's lives for long enough, they'll start to see us as the magnet on the fridge, right? It's been there for so long that it's part of the fridge now. We couldn't imagine the fridge without the magnet. Well, I have a way at times when necessary of prying that magnet off the fridge and being okay with it, at least for a while till I get used to it again, right? That's essentially what this is. So no thank you. No need to ask anymore. No need to come over here. This is amazing how many times we've done this and how many times you'll come back and do it again. It's fascinating. But I'll tell you once again today so we can long game prove who and what you are. No need to come back. No need to offer me spots on the panel. I know I can come over there whenever I want. No need to message me privately at all. Don't know what still makes you think that you do need to message me or come over here or invite me on panel. No need to do any of that anymore, right? We got that. We accept that? Okay, good. We can move on. You don't need me. I don't need you, right? I'm all these bad things and evil things. I say things about you that are lies and not real. So no need for us to interact or do any kind of business moving forward. Just stay in your hole with your folks who you resonate with, and I'll do the same. Why is that so difficult for these people? Why can't they get it done? Well, I know why. We all know why, but they won't cop to that either. So there's really no point in talking about it, right? And make sure that you go ahead and use these interactions and these conversations as your non-tent later, so you can play the victim and try to get a whole audience riled up against me and coming after me and then pretending you didn't do that. Because again, you didn't need to bring me up. You didn't need to focus on me. You didn't need to come over here after I didn't come over there yesterday and interact with me. And you damn sure don't need to present anything that we've gone over since. But you will if I had a bet. Because it's never about what they say it is. We're back to the relationship with governance again. They say they want to help you, love you, keep you safe. They just want control and manipulation, or to use you for some kind of weird humiliation, mockery, simulation ritual where they're somehow powerful and great and you're the bad guy. Old, man. You've all been looping it and doing it for the longest time now. The ones of us who can see from the beginning, saw right through from the beginning. We definitely can see after all we've experienced. And for the rest, who will never be able to see and don't get it, I'd rather them be over there with you, wasting your time, energy, attention, and cycling through nonsense than be in my face. I don't need the empty numbers and support and contributions, right? You all like it. You want it. You want to be that. Take it. That was the point of what I did. I told you all. I encouraged you to go make your own places so you could see how little you were going to produce with it. And I was right. And more importantly, so I could dump all my trash who's been following me around, weighing me down for years, off on you. You deal with it. You talk to them. You listen to them. You give them a voice and a platform. You try to convince them of something or work with them. I'm done and over with it. Gave it a shot, saw what it was, could have suspected it coming in, gave it the benefit of the doubt. I'm done and over with it. It's no wonder to me why most people who create content or involved in a movement give little to no access to the generalized public. They're just smarter than I am, right? Not smarter, it's that they care less than I do. They're less willing to gamble with their reputation and credibility with a bunch of retards going nowhere, right? I was willing and still am because that's just my self-sabotage, gambling addict in me, right? But lately, I'm going to get my fix, my gambling self-sabotage, quote unquote, fix other ways, other people, places, and things, right? You're no longer a part of that. So I guess you should have appreciated your role as a clown in the kingdom when you had the chance, and vice versa. I guess you should have appreciated the role as me playing a clown to your fake kingdom while you had the chance. This shit is fucking done and over with. Should have been a long time ago. And again, I might turn from this. I might have my weeks or months where I say, you know what, I am kind of endeared to these people. They're retarded. They're going nowhere. But you know what? They're still people. And they've been around for a while. They're characters in my story because they make themselves that. No matter what goes on, they insert themselves. They want to be characters in my story. And then they've kind of become that in a way. Extras, if you will. Yeah, anything can happen, right? But this is just my intention lately and what I'm sticking to and what I have been sticking to for a while now, to some extent. So yeah, if you want to weigh back with me, it's got to be Truth, Life, and Way. Go ahead. You can send me an email at any time, being accountable and responsible, copying to what you've done and not done, right? Displaying that you can see what is true and what is real and what is not, right? And what needs to happen. If you can do that with me, not submit to me, submit to truth, life, and way in my presence and come to an understanding, well, then sky's the limit. If you can't do that and I don't believe you, that's another thing. You got to do it and then I got to believe you. If you do it and I don't believe you, then it's not going anywhere, right? There's no point. At some point, you got to know yourself and others enough to know that even if you want something, it's not meant to happen, and stop chasing it, because you wind up where you've always gone, right? You always get what you've always got. When you don't change who and what you are and what you're doing, which a lot of you haven't, you always get what you've always got. So, then I become the biggest fool in the room for acting like it's going to be something different. I don't even mind that, right? I did the merge sort of simulation for a few weeks or a few months, and I proved a point even with that. Long as I act like these people and say what they want me to say, they have no problem having me around. As soon as I am myself genuinely and authentically, they get a problem with me and they start acting out on me. And then they try to convince everyone it's me acting out. Done and over with it. It's clear you don't really respect me or like who and what I am as me, so you shouldn't want me around. Quite frankly, the same is back the other way. I don't like you or respect who and what you are, and that's why I don't want you around. You don't inspire me. You don't nurture me. You don't entertain me. You don't get me excited in any way. You bore me or you make me cringe because you're an idiotic fool. I can always do something with that, but there's times in my life where it's like, okay, I've hit the wall with it. Okay? And again, you can say that I'm being whatever. If you wonder why you have little to no numbers when you're not shadow banned, if you wonder why you get little to no value even when your numbers are up, that's the reason, because most people don't respect you. They think you're an idiotic fool. They suffer you or tolerate you, mostly because they have a guilty conscience. And they want to try to love everybody or be a part of what everybody's doing, even if it's not meant to be, right? I may have that aspect of me, but it very quickly goes to the sidelines when I realize cause and effect is always present. Can't be negated or muted for our wants and our desires, right? That's what leads to problems and suffering. Seems what he wants is what he might be getting right now. Well, yeah, we're aware of that, Germ. Thank you. Germ is one of our newest viewers here and participants. He is on the ball to some extent. He asks good questions. He gets good answers. He can infer and deduce a bit. I get that, Germ. That's why I qualified it. I said, this is all of what you're going to get. It's been like months pretty much, and definitely weeks, and it's going to be weeks in the future is the intention I'm setting, right? Whether I hold to that or not. But this is all you get. You get this 15 or 20 minutes on the back of me sitting here and musing about whatever anyway, doing the non-cast, and then you get nothing else, right? So make it good. Make sure you take that 20 minutes and restream it and drag it out to 2 hours and then turn it into 2 weeks or 2 months of nonsense for you and your other codependent, victim-minded, loser, failure, groupthink collectivists. Ultimately, it doesn't change anything about who or what we are, where we come from, where we're going, or what we're going to do and be in this life and stand for. All right. Anyone else? Questions, comments, concerns? You got it there if you want to call in. Right. And preferably not the same old toxic, codependent, needy, greedy, power hungry, unthankful, ungrateful parasites who've been swirling around me for 5 years or more. You think they would learn by now? Just sit around me, listen to what I say, write down what I say, and represent it as your own so you can grow your shitty brand you don't live, and just shut up and leave me alone. You're lucky you even get that. You're lucky I even allow that. See, if I was a real prick ass like so many others in this life, with the vision I have, I would just make like half of my time fucking all of you people's heads and your career non-careers up. By patenting and copywriting my informations and understandings, and then every time you use them as your own, I just say, oh, there it is, page 2, patent copyright of my words and phrases and intellectual property and ideas and formulations. And then I just make the content out of dragging your ass into court, each one of you, every couple of weeks, and watching you spin and cycle while it costs me nothing but my time. You got to hire an attorney. You got to try to defend yourself. You got to look like a right fool and explain yourself. And you got to do it to one of your daddies, right? And then I get to laugh and giggle, watch you twist in the wind, prove that I'm right again. It's like a win, 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 win. You just keep lose, 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 lose. I keep win, win, win. But I don't do any of that because I just don't want to be bothered, because I don't really want any negative karma on me. But if I really was narcissistic, egotistical, power hungry, and want to take content to the next level, I just do shit like that. Now you can't broadcast anymore, because a quarter of a lot of you guys' broadcasts is whatever you've heard or seen here that you've remixed. And you use my name and my likeness, and you broadcast my material. And that's just one way, right? I got there's 5 or 10 ways or more that I could do that. I don't do any of that. So you should just be thankful and grateful that I tell, I don't sell. Right? You don't have to pay for a membership to come here, watch, silently hate on me while you write down what I say and represent it as your own. I could turn you into one of my hoes and pimp on you indirectly, get you to pay me for all the fraud you're doing concerning me and what I put out, right? Now you got to pay me in order to suck up the good game and then put it back out as your own, and then hope someone else pays you to represent it, which they're not going to do. So it's going to cost you. See, I could do all that. I don't do none of that. You all try to do that to no avail. I don't do any of that. Trademarking, copywriting, doing memberships, all the rest of it. You all do that, and it goes nowhere with you because you don't know yourself and how to move any of it. If I started doing any of the shit that you do, you'd be so even more triggered and upset and unhappy with the results. Let's get back. People trying to help your channel is bad. Again, help is relative and subjective. Help that's not wanted or asked for is not help. It's interference. Help that's wanted, that's given, that isn't actual help, is delusion and denial. Okay? So again, that's very relative to what the person is feeling and experiencing and wanting to achieve. It's very relative and subjective. Many times in my life, hey, here's a clue. Government's here to help. Remember that old phrase? Hi, I'm from the government. I'm here to help. Right. Sounds good. Feels good. Maybe. Upon first glance, not actually what it is. So is it actually what it is or what it's purported to be? The answer is no. And again, you can qualify that statement more if you'd like to give me more details, but I think I know what you're talking about. Okay, so showing my channel, who I am and what I do, to a bunch of weak-ass, victim-minded dunces who don't want to do and be better, not help for me. Even if it runs numbers up, not help for me, because now I got 30 or 40 people clogging on my chat who I got to deal with and correct, who can't find their ass with 2 hands and don't want to. It'd be one thing if they were that and wanted to go somewhere with it. They don't, so I can't, so we won't. So it'll just be a dragnet on me. See? Not help. Like they say, Polly boy, you don't want 7 billion slaves to be part of rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, only if they can do it individually and for the right reasons to the right end. If not, they're a hindrance. They're not a help. Now I have to convince 7 billion cowardly slaves how to not be cowards and do the next right thing and not project onto me that I'm going to be their hero or that I'm their devil for calling them out. It's not help. It's a hindrance. More work. To no avail. 85% of the time. Call in, bruh. There you go. This person gets it. Justin trying to help in his own way. That's the help. Put the link down again. And it seems I am going to have to get a new number here because Google and YouTube and all the rest of it doesn't want to allow me to use anything and allow it to work properly. However that works. We have a few missed calls already. This is a test of the emergency slave text system. In the event of an actual emergency, I would call in. Repeat, this is only a test. Okay, so 405, we got you, but unfortunately, I'm not giving any notifications. They're not giving me the beep or anything. I have to go over and check it. So now I'm going to have to check it every 5 minutes if I want the service to work properly. The best part of their games are the games within the games, right? Like, okay, let me try it right now. This is fascinating. Where if I call from my number, it will ring or make the notification somehow. I don't know how it differentiates my number calling me from everyone else. Everyone else it won't, but mine it will. Watch this. So 2 people missed. We didn't hear anything. We didn't see anything. Let's see, because the other day it did this. No, we're not even getting that. Not even me now. Okay. You know what? I almost like that better. At least it's a failure on all levels. Don't let me call myself and give me the notification and then nobody else. Just do it for all of us. No one can get there. Right. So again, I don't know how to remedy that. I'm not sure if there's any other. Now we'll do online. We'll do on the ball here, online troubleshooting live. Anyone else out there know a free phone service that'll actually let me just do what they say I can do without harassing me because I talk about Epstein and slavery and all the rest of it? And more importantly, I'm convincing a whole generation of people to stop complying. Shout out to Officer Murphy, who at one point called me a narcissist and all the rest of the crap they do, who recently has stopped drinking and stopped complying and gotten a bunch of tickets and isn't signing. And he says they're not even coming to get him and that they're going away. And he doesn't have to admit to it. I know I've been one of the people in his life who's inspired him to do that. Stop cooperating, stop complying, get off the drugs and the drink, start to become great here, start to live free, start to become a man here, right? We're all on the path. We all need to be working that process and procedure. Shout out to him for doing the work and applying the information, whether he likes me or not, calls me names or not. It's not really what this is about. So yeah, if you guys know any phone line that's free, preferably, see, and this is part of the issue too. Look at me wanting a free service and then expected to do what they ask. We can't even get government to do what they say they're going to do with 40% of what you make, right? They do the opposite. So that's probably a me problem. But on the off chance you guys got one, let me know and I'll try it out. Because apparently Google doesn't want me advertising. They won't let me advertise. They say I have to give them IDs and all the rest of it. And even beyond that, they say, no, who you are, what you do is not acceptable. So now we can't take calls either. And they're not going to give us access to meta algorithms, right? And Facebook plays the same game as well. Digital prison lockdown on all levels. Say new normal. Lockdown never stop. Yeah, I would like to figure this out. Oh, $3. Maybe if I unlock the number or something will change. They want $3 for me to unlock the number. That's what I started asking them. What can I pay you to fuck off and leave me alone, or just let me do what you say I can do? Do I have to pay YouTube, Google, Meta, all of them? They don't. That doesn't even work. Like I said, I tried to pay them to advertise and to be left alone. They won't do it. I guess I should respect them for that. They won't even take my money to let me have access to what everyone else has access to. I kind of respect that, actually. In a weird, masochistic, inversion, abusive way. So yeah, forward message to email. I'm not seeing any settings here that I could change to make anything different. Call forwarding is not on. Email alerts is on for missed calls. Screen calls. Incoming call options. Maybe can we go back to reset all? Usually there's a reset all. I'm sorry, folks. I'm now doing. You can't even see what I'm doing. But I'm now going through my phone settings on a live broadcast. Content, hashtag content. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to let this go for now and get back to it. I keep putting it off. Yeah, and there's no reset here either. All right, whatever. All right, let's play a game now. Let's everybody call in just to see if we can actually get calls. That's our new game. Brooke is down there. Put all the service providers subcontract out and created a slave race who pays for services that are already paid for. Well, that's a whole other thing. I'm thinking that's Wizard pretending to be a woman so more people listen to him. But I won't necessarily deny that. All right, you know what? I'm going to play with these settings. Let's get back to some experts, and I'm going to log off here at some point shortly.
So I'm really glad that all those international travelers experienced that.
Well, and someone said we're the best in the country so far they've experienced. Hey,
we agree. And remember, you can get streaming news from Fox 13 Seattle with the Fox Local app. It is free to download for any smart TV or any mobile phone. So whether you watch us on the big screen or in the palm of your hand, the Fox Local app brings you streaming news, breaking news, and local updates anytime from Fox 13 Seattle. Keep it here. We'll be right back.
All right, and as they are sliding away for their quick commercial break, what we are actually going to do right now is we're going to dip into our friends over at Fox 29 Philadelphia's feed as they're bringing us some unique looks at the World Cup as that match between Brazil and Haiti is set to take place there in Philadelphia Stadium coming up in just a few hours. So let's listen in right now to what they're talking about there in Philadelphia.
But I hope Haiti has fun. If they pull it off, that says a lot about this Brazil team, and it also says a lot about them. So we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. One of the other times that I was talking to you, I remember I was like so shocked that we weren't seeing as many fans from Haiti. I remember you were like, well, they do come from a smaller island. Yeah. I was talking to one of our other workers too, and she said that, she reminded me, I should say, that there is also a travel suspension. So anybody who's coming directly from Haiti, like you weren't able to get here. So a lot of the people we're seeing are probably Haitian Americans or someone who found their way to another different country before they came to ours. So it took a lot more to get their fan base here. So anybody we do see, that's a blessing for the team.
Absolutely. And I mean, we do have a very healthy population of immigrants here in the city and obviously around when you are bordered by places like.
Now I went over to it. I shouldn't have did that. 307. I shouldn't have did that. Now I went over to it. Now it's ringing and everybody's calling at the same time. You got something for me, 307? Hello? I don't know. I can't hear you. If you're talking, I can't hear you unless you're trolling. If you're trolling, this is really bad. You got to get better at it. Unknown, go ahead.
Don't tell me mama and daddy are breaking up for good. Is this
See you
real
later,
talk?
I'll see you later, Matthew. Good luck in life, Matthew. Yeah. Good to see the usual stalker, loser, haters aren't going to create anything today that anybody's going to get value from. And definitely aren't going to work for themselves or anybody else to create anything long-term or even sustain themselves in their own life. Good to see that we're forging ahead with that, right? All right, I'm gonna that was pleasant. Well, sir, you're new around here, so it seems you're new around here. You don't know who that is, and you're not going to know who that is because they and others are not getting any time, energy, or attention here, right? They're going to have to go other places to be seen and heard and play their games. Unfortunately, some other folks around here know who that is because they've been dealing with them for way too long. To no avail, right? All right, we're gonna continue here with Fox Noise for a little bit. And then Yeah, I'm gonna actually put myself to, because I said I was going to and I didn't. I'm gonna put myself to looking for a better phone situation. Yeah.
Speaks volumes. So we'll see how it goes.
If they don't, they might break the internet. Breland, thank you so much for giving us this perspective. I love getting to pick your brain because you teach me a lot. Let's see if we can show people that fan cam one more time, because people are packing Philadelphia Stadium. You're actually seeing them start to get out of the parking lot. The last couple of people that you will see there, a lot of people who are interested in tailgating throughout the games. Maybe they don't have a ticket. Maybe some people will head on down to the Fan Fest in Lemon Hill and watch the game from there. But again, as you can see, we've got plenty of Brazilian flags, plenty of Haitian flags. A lot of people want to show their support for their country, and these are two fan bases who definitely go hard for their very own culture. Now, I heard there's some other fans, some really small, cute fans who got a chance to cheer on their favorite teams today as well. The Jefferson Health NICU babies are repping their teams. And aren't they adorable, you guys? So they got onesies for them, took pictures, sent them to us. We've got Team USA here. We've got Brazil here. We've got a little Messi here. I love to see it. We've got France. So yeah, our NICU babies are doing pretty well. Soon they'll be able to go home.
Oh, look at little slave babies dressed up like the future collectivist adult slaves they're going to turn into. That's so cute.
Now, you guys out there streaming with us, we got a lot of more news.
Who's a cute little slave baby?
Remember, this is an interactive live stream program. Talk to me in the comment section. I do talk back. I want to give you a shout out. I want to answer some of your biggest questions. We'll be right back.
All right, and as Fox 29 Philadelphia is headed to a quick commercial break, where that match between Haiti and Brazil is set to happen at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. Let's head back out to Seattle, where they're continuing their coverage following the U.S. men's national team victory over Australia there at Seattle Stadium. Take a listen.
When they won the Super Bowl, you just don't see this many people out in the streets supporting a single team. So really cool.
Yeah. I was going to ask, what about you?
Yeah, we love having the World Cup here. It's the fun, the excitement, the thrilling, uniting with other countries. That's the best part, making friends with everyone.
Well, and the great part, we have more to go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, one more game in the group stage, but I think we're qualified in first place, and so I'm excited for the next round. I think it's probably the best the U.S. has ever played in a World Cup, so, keep it going.
All right, can I get a Go USA chant?
Yeah, USA, 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 USA.
Yeah, US slave, yeah.
Really appreciate it. Take care. And that's the latest down here at the Chinatown International District. I'm Dan Griffin, back to you.
Well, take a look at this. Marshawn Lynch led the Team USA march from the waterfront to Seattle Stadium.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big march as well, because we were showing people all morning, and it was a huge crowd. I mean, thousands of people marching behind him, so that was really cool to see. Also, fans showed up from all over, and of course, Washingtonians also turned out in a big way.
Fox 13's Frankie Thompson caught up with a few people in Pioneer Square.
This is programming for women who keep lube in their side drawer for their partners, right? That's what this. It was a family broadcast. You know how to ruin it. But that's these women's day-to-day life, right? This is news broadcasting and programming for women who need lube in order to have a sex life. For obvious reasons, right? Look around.
It's been really rad. We're having an awesome time.
I love that so many many people are immersing themselves in the Seattle experience. They're enjoying their time, enjoying this historic moment for us. What does this mean for you as a local and for the city?
I will say that this just makes me really proud of Seattle. Seattle has showed out this week.
Like, as a woman, how do you get wet for this guy or any of these guys?
They come down here today with their kids. It's even
Is it even
better.
possible?
The city support, the way they prepared, and seeing the cultures all hang out and create great energy is incredible. And I'm just so blessed to be here. This is a bucket list thing for me and our family.
Team USA and showing out in full force. What do we look forward to as our team continues and just having a great time?
Well, we're hoping that we come back for the Black 16, take on whoever we beat, and crush them. I guess that's really what it comes down to. Keep winning.
All right, Team USA, happy Father's Day to you and
These
to
people are
you and all
disgusting.
the father
These
figures
people
out
are
there. We'll send
disgusting.
it back to you in the studio.
Stupid pieces of
All right,
shit.
it's no secret that Seattle is a soccer town, as I said before, and professional soccer in the Emerald City dates back to the early 70s. Sounders head coach Ryan Schmetzer
You guys
joined
are
the crew on
fucking
Good Day Seattle
pathetic.
this morning to
Beyond
talk with Boxer
pathetic.
teams Bill Wixie and Mireya Garcia. Coach Schmetzer touched on what makes Seattle Stadium the perfect setting for a game of this magnitude.
This stadium has held some really fantastic soccer matches, as well as the Seahawks and all of the other things that go there. I think the sport of soccer is global, obviously, and we want to just make sure that everybody that comes to Seattle feels that they're welcome. They're welcome to enjoy the game, enjoy the sporting atmosphere, enjoy our activities that we have.
It is so enjoyable for so many people. And, you know, we have Christian Roldan. He's in the World Cup, and we were hoping to see him play today. But I think fans still enjoy just knowing that he was on Team USA and is on there.
Yeah, and you know what? We hopefully they'll be back to Seattle Stadium to play again. All right, so for many soccer fans, watching the match is only part of the experience. The energy, the chants, and the shared reactions can be just as memorable for many people.
And Fox 13's Alejandro Guzman is taking us inside Team USA's Bellingham watch party, where some of the youngest fans came to show their support.
Things are looking a little different here in Bellingham, but I can tell you that before this match even kicked off, there was dozens, nearly hundreds of Bellingham residents who packed this beer garden, making it and turning it into their very own stadium watch party as Team USA took on Australia. And let me just say, they proved that you don't need a ticket to the match to get into the World Cup spirit. I mean, take a look around. It is hours after the match, and you can see that there is still a lot of celebrating going on. But talking about that game, though, with every pass, every close call, it wasn't just about those 9.
.413, you're on 1013 WSLV, your home for all things slavery and genocide related.
Hey, great to call in. Me okay?
Can I get a name?
Yeah, I go with private citizen.
Private citizen. All right, I'll accept that. What do you got for me? Questions, comments, concerns?
I like to chat about banking in like acquiring land. Y'all are open for conversation, I guess.
Sure, let's go ahead and do that then.
More like Stevia than some good old fashioned Jew banking.
What type of banking?
Jewish bank.
Jewish banking.
Primarily.
Okay. All right, yeah. Tell us all about it, man. You're breaking up every so often. We may have to remedy that, but otherwise, pretty decent on the quality side. So yeah, whatever you got, man. Go ahead.
Audio might be on my end.
Yeah, you're clipping.
So
now.
yeah, I'm just basically. Here, let me call back from a more stable connection.
That'll work. All right. While he does that, we're gonna set the mood here. I don't want my guests to feel uninvited. You know, we here at Unslavious Industries, we strive to provide only the warmest of set and setting for our contributors, supporters, co-creators, and even slaves. So let's get to that. We don't want to keep these folks wanting.
You are a slave. Your government does not care about you. GI.
You should go watch Paul Unshaved and stop being so stupid. Look at you, GI. Vax, taxed, and raxed and paying to be ruled over. You are not free. You are a coward shrave. GI. Maybe you need more rockdown shots and policy to feel safe again. GI. Your leaders.
Hey, how's it going?
You hear me? All right, we're good to go now, I think.
Cool. Yeah, so I guess I wanted to call in and discuss some banking stuff. I mean, a lot of the audios and calls or broadcasts that I listen to, there's a lot of talk about folks looking to like actually do something, right? And I wanted to share, I guess, some of what I've done. In full disclosure, I got nothing to sell you. Like, I'm just studying this stuff for like 2-3 years. So now I know a lot, and I'm helping out like my cousin, my family, my brother, a couple friends of mine.
Okay, wow. I'm going to stop you right there. What an idea. He's calling in because he's taking some understanding that either he got here or somewhere else that's similar to what we put forth here. And he's giving us back value for the value we gave him. Even if he's not contributing financially in other ways, this is one of the most important, if not important, ways to contribute. For the asswipe who told me yesterday, I'm selfish and greedy and all about money somehow, some way, and more for me. So this is great. I want to encourage more of this, and I'm glad that you showed up because I've been putting this call and this energy out lately, that more of you show up. So go ahead, sir. I just want to give that proviso.
Yeah, no, that's solid. Like, so to give a little background about myself, I prefer to remain as anonymous as possible. That's why I go by private citizen. But a number of years back, I want to say maybe 7 or 8 years ago, my brother and I, we got involved in getting more hands-on with our local community.
Now, let's be clear. He says he wants to remain anonymous. I want to reveal to everyone right now that this is, in fact, Eric Trump. Okay, I'm sorry, Eric. I'm going to go ahead and out you. It's obvious by the voice, right? He's kind of, you know, covering his voice a little bit, but I'm going to let it out of the bag here, okay? Because, again, this is good for the broadcast. People need to know we have real movers and shakers here. All right, Mr. Trump, Eric Trump, of course, Donald Trump's son, one of his sons, I think, stepson. Go ahead, sir. Tell us all about what you've been doing, what you've been learning.
Yeah, my brother and I, we just got involved with connecting with our local community because I kind of came to the realization that everything's going to shit and you need things to survive, like basic necessities, you know, food, water, shelter. And so we started meeting monthly. I'm up on the East Coast, so I want to say 5 or 6 different states. We do a new spot every month, and we met up with like-minded individuals. We got like maybe 90 to 100 people in our group, with maybe 30 to 40 on average that kind of show up monthly, and doing all sorts of stuff. You know, pickling, you know, getting beef, food. We do swaps. We do, you know, we've done seed swaps. We've done book swaps. Different people.
You do any slave whipping or coal burning? Those are 2 pastimes that I love. I'm sure you're into slave whipping and coal burning.
I'm not into slave whipping, but I'm getting into coal burning. And in fact, a few weeks ago, I reached out to a company in Germany, of all places, to get what's called like a gasification genset.
Right.
Like basically, it runs off of wood chips and produces electricity. And I'm trying to go like completely off grid. I'm maybe 80% of the way there myself.
So that's a different. You're talking about sustainable, self-sufficient, reliable sources of energy. That's not at all what I'm talking about. I'm talking about getting slaves together and whipping them and then sending them across hot coals and burning the bottoms of their feet and telling them if they can get to the other side, that somehow things are going to get better. Their governance is going to, whatever. You're not into slave whipping and coal burning, but you're into other stuff which may be important to some people. Please go on. Tell us more.
My feet will stop hurting as long as you walk on the coals.
Right. That's one of the keys of governance, right? That's one of the simple keys, but it's difficult for a lot of folks to understand, right? This is going to hurt you a lot more than it's going to hurt me. But go ahead. Please continue. I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, so I guess that kind of brings me back to my original point, which is like banking, right? So money, all this shit kind of requires money to get stuff off the ground. And one of the things I've been working on is understanding like what financial things that people are using right now in their day-to-day life outside of the whole SOBSIT type of bullshit, where people are trying to do, you know, a 1099A and 2Bs and all sorts of nonsense and like snatch some federal indictments. I'm not into that shit. It intrigues me.
That's the one place I'm going to allow folks to call people sovereign citizens here, because this guy seems to get it. Either I don't get it and he doesn't either, and we're bonding over that, or we both get it and we're bonding over that. So, right, I'm not into that. They've come to me with that. They go, you should do this and teach it. And I go, I'm not doing it and I'm not teaching it, because the people who do it and teach it, some of them have been to federal prison, and it's obvious why, right?
Yep.
So
I agree. But I think, so in light of that, I think there is a lot of basic financial, for normies, if you will, for the slaves, yet at the same time, it's too premium for the slaves. And the reason I say that is because banks have these bank products, but they don't advertise them. Not always. Meaning, if you go to a bank and you ask them for something, they will immediately try to steer you in a different direction of a different financial bank product.
Sure.
Because it makes them more money.
Well, that's corporatism and salesmanship in general, right? That's just par for the course. If you go in to buy the used whatever car on the lot, if the salesman is supposedly a good salesman, he's not going to get you into the car you need. He's going to get you into the car he wants you to have, right? That gets him a higher bottom line. So that makes sense to me. I could see that. Go on. I like where this is going.
So essentially, if you think everyone in the SOBSIT movement will talk ad nauseum about like, oh, you have an unlimited capacity to contract. And I want to agree with that to a point, right? Because you have the unlimited capacity to contract so long as you are fulfilling your obligations.
Right.
And what that means is like, can you go out and get a lot of credit? Well, sure. The SBA, Small Business Association, just came out with another program. So now they have two programs. Each one you can get up to $5 million under one individual name. That's unheard of. That's never been done before. You know, my father, Donald, is the great man that came up with this plan. And now one individual can get a small loan of $10 million, two $5 million, very small loans of $5 million a piece. You know, one is for land and the other is to purchase a business that a boomer is throwing away for peanuts because they're dying or they're on hospice, right? So the SBA, the Small Business Association, will give you $5 million to go out and buy a boomer's business, a pre-existing cash-flowing business, and you can step into that, right? That's one aspect of an unlimited capacity to contract. Another aspect is if you go and run up a bill or a debt, that's your debt package. That's a portfolio, right? It's an asset to a bank. Banks are in the business of buying debt because what is a liability to you is an asset to them. And if you have a lot of debt, you can sell it or refinance it. And you can basically go to banks once you understand what sorts of banking products that they own and say, hey, I have this pool of debt, whether it be credit cards, car loans, a mortgage, and let them know I would like to restructure it or refinance it into this particular product. And what they'll do is they will actually pay off. You know, there's a whole set of things like you sign a promissory note, all that, everything that the sovereign citizens love to talk about, but don't actually have experience doing. You'll sit down at a closing table, you'll sign all these documents. And all I'm saying is just pay attention, right? You just do things normally, but actually do it with open eyes for once. For most of the people, maybe not you specifically. I think the two of us, we've probably had our eyes open for a while. But in general,
to be clear, I agree with pretty much everything you say. I don't like this term sovereign citizen, but I may have to co-opt it and adopt it just to piss people off or use it as a marketing tool, like so many other things, whether it goes anywhere or not, because there is an idea there that could be communicated. But again, this is why the other day when I was frustrated, right? This is what people need to understand. I get frustrated potentially with the state of affairs, including me and where I find myself, right? And such is life, right? Boo-hoo. That's like the least of an actualized, realized journey is some frustration sometimes. One of the reasons I was frustrated is because we live in a world where I know that I could go take the assets I have and what I show, and I can go do like everyone else and go get a bunch of credit extended and live off that and try to pull that into more and more and more and just play an endless shell game. I've lived my whole life doing the opposite, right? Where if I can't afford it or I see I have everything, accounted for in a way, right? I live within my means is what they used to call it. So I don't do that, not because I can't, because I don't believe that it's the proper way. So when I go to the people and I say, hey, I'm a credible being, part of a credible institution here, not Google and YouTube, unslavious industries, right? An industry, non-industry, of course, one of the best ones. The best industry is a non-industry. And I say, hey, this is cred-able because we align with that. We resonate with that, right? We give what we want to get here. That's equity. This is trust, equity, and faith. And then I don't see that come across as much as it could. But again, that's me being, in a way, selfish and greedy. Because if I put something down and immediately $1,000 comes across, like 80% of people out there can't do that. The point I'm making is I'm never going to go to institution to try to get credit extended, because you got to give to get in this life. Nothing is for nothing, you could argue. And I'm not going to put myself in a position where you get up front and then have to give on the back end and want to dishonor that obligation. So, and again, we're all just circling the drain on what makes a society great and prosperous long term versus what makes people well off, comfortable, and safe short term. That literally burns the house down over a long enough period if you play it out. So yeah, you got folks living backward. I looked it up last night. The average person doesn't have more than, they say, 8 to 10,000 in the bank at one time between the age 30 and 40 at this point. There is a place where the average skews up greatly and then becomes 50 to 60,000, but that's only because there's a small number of people who have so much in their bank account that it raises the average of everybody else. So
if I can jump in here, I'd like to give some.
Sure. I got to use the bathroom anyway. I'm gonna listen to you.
So myself personally, my goal is to always have $1 or less in my checking account personally. So I'm perpetually living broke. And if you think about it from the perspective of what do you get taxed on? Now we can go the route of like, well, I'm not a taxable entity, all that, yada, yada. Sure. Yeah. Okay. You hold up the birth certificate. You're the registered agent for the person. Like, unless you give it back, which is a thing, you're kind of still on the hook. Right. And we can have a conversation about that. But a lot of folks are talking about, well, how do I get out of paying taxes? And I think it's simple. Like, don't have money or income in an account that's taxable. So the way I'm operating, my account's perpetually at zero. And instead, I have access to credit, which someone would call debt. I'm saying, well, it's my asset. Because if someone were to, let's say, call in or walk up and hand me $5,000 right now, I'm immediately, like as fast as humanly possible, putting it into an account and paying down that chunk of money in debt on my account. And the reason is because it opens up more liquidity. It's the concept of having a credit card. The only difference is it's secured by something. And in my case, I'm securing it with the house. But
right, but let's be clear. When I'm talking, I'm saying, what you're saying is what I've been saying for the longest time, as far as the way this should be run. If you're looking at the dynamics, is we hold gold and silver and tangible assets. That is our account. Yes. If you need liquid asset for something, an emergency or whatever else, then you got to sell something to get that.
And right? That's where I disagree. I think everyone has that perspective and approach. It's the concept of this. And I spoke with a bank 2 weeks ago, and I said, hey, look, let's say I have $50,000 in gold and silver. It's not paper, it's physical. It's sitting in front of me, $50,000. It's heavy as shit. I want to deposit this into a depository institution. It's in my name, right? I still physically own that gold and silver. It's my account. It's in my name, but I'm going to pledge the account as collateral in exchange for a line of credit.
Well, of course you could do that
it without selling it.
Of course you could do that, but then you're going to run it up and have to pay it back, or they're going to have to pay with interest. So you're basically
that's okay.
You're basically just saying, you're going to pawn something, right? And like we know that
No, it's not pawning.
Reverse
right?
pawning. You get what I'm saying?
But pawning, you gave it to a pawn shop. They're physically holding it for you. It doesn't. It's not technically. They have custodial
I get it, but it looks and sounds is the similar, if not the same, right? It's like when Artie said to me, United States is defined as a corporation. It acts like one, but it isn't one. And then I had to tell him, Artie, my mama acts like a hoe, but she's not one. She's my mama, right? Like, you get where I'm going with that? That you could give me the technical, semantics of it, the differentiation with the semantics, but the ultimate reality of it is how it's formed and functions, right? So, my point is, if we're gonna, the idea is, how do we make America great again? That's our response to the problem. So we're responding to the response. How do we make America great again? How do we get here? Not by living on credit, not by working with centralized institutions and suits.
I disagree.
Well, you're free to disagree, and then we can argue what we consider to be one of the greatest.
What is better? People having debt owed to a mortgage, which is just a third-party intervener. It's an investor on Wall Street somewhere that's buying shares in a debt package, which is simply people's mortgages. Is that better, or is it a bank holding that line of credit open?
You're doing the lesser of two evils. You're doing the lesser of two evils, and this is my point. Where I'm going to correct, right? You're now admitting to it. This is where I'm going to point out your deception. It doesn't matter how you formulate it. The function is still the same, and the function is meant to make you weak and needy and codependent and domesticated and divided. You now don't have family and community you work with to get the things you need. You now no longer own the things you have. You're in debt.
I disagree. And the reason I disagree is because I've now been walking this path, not quite one full year, but so I studied it for about 2 years. I started putting things into implementing back in September. Really got the ball kicked off in November and December, and then I've accessed larger lines of credit, not millions, right? I'm not showboating, and I'm not doing anything stupid, right? I don't need a Lamborghini. I bought a pickup truck for like $6,000. It needs a bunch of work. I'm doing the work. But I'm using the funds to do banking properly.
You're just telling me that you're getting more shit. If I ask you, what are you doing with all of it? What is it creating? How is it benefiting anybody else?
Literally, half of my roof is off my house. I stopped picking up shingles off the ground to jump on this call because I was listening in. I used that credit to. I'm in the process of putting a new roof on my house.
Okay.
I just ordered new windows. Do
you pay tax on the land in the house?
I do at this time, yeah.
All right, so you don't own your own property. So we're sitting here talking about how you want to put new lipstick and hat on a pig, and then tell me it's not a pig.
So, and I agree with you on that, right? I would argue that I do own the property.
The slave is getting more credits and new stuff, and it's great for you and great, and I could do that too. I'm not going to, and I'm not going to get bitter and resentful because you're getting new nice stuff. I'm going to call us all back to the reason I'm bitter and resentful is because you folks keep coming here to someone who lives in a trailer, who lived in a tent for 2 years and shit in a hole, and tell me all the nice and pretty things you're getting while you're not telling me how we're going to ride on rights, freedom, principles, and spiritual faith and secure the nice and pretty things we say we have that you don't actually own. Even if you got a fancy new banking scheme, you still don't own your property yourself and everything that extends off of you. The state dictates what you're going to do with it, and you lease your body, your children, your property, your car, and all the rest of it from them. And if you don't do what they say and pay them, they're going to come repossess that shit. That to me seems like it's
put the house and other assets in trust, right? You can put it into pooling.
Have you done it? Have you moved it?
I have. Not everything. I'm still working on it, but yeah, a bunch.
You just told me you pay taxes at this time. It can't be both.
Correct. No, yeah, the house is still on the record.
Okay, so don't tell me you did it and you moved it because you didn't. You're still paying to use your own property to the state. I know all about what's potentially possible and what it's called and the options that are out there. I'm asking you what you're doing and not doing. So you can't say you did it, and you can't say you did it if you didn't do it. You don't own that house. You got to pay the state to use it. If you don't, they're coming to take it. When the day comes when you move what you're talking about and you get it done, I will not only commend you, I will promote your channel and who and what you are, and I'll send people who come to me over to you so you can work with them and help them and generate more value for yourself, and you can give them a tour of your beautiful house as well.
I'm of the opinion that paying taxes is a good thing.
Well, you'd have to be, because you don't have any option at this point, so it's better to cope and tell yourself and others that it's a great idea to pay the island boys to send your boys to war and your girls to Epstein Island, and then tell me it's for the roads. That's great, you know. But
no, it's all of the services. It's just a subscription fee. If I were to cancel it, then I have to go set up individual contracts for fire, EMS, post office services, police departments, all of these different services.
Correct. And if you don't pay your involuntary subscription, those police department who's going to keep you so safe are going to come over and take your body and property. So you can fucking cope however you want. If it's involuntary, it's slavery. Don't equate it to a subscription you can cancel when you are afraid to cancel the subscription. That's not Netflix. That's Slave Flix. And your life is the movie.
Have you canceled property taxes successfully?
I've worked with other people on the process and they've done it, but I've not done it specifically myself. It will be something that I practice when I come to that point, right?
I'm 1,000% all on board with attempting to get it done. I just don't think, shooting from the hip is wise, especially considering the things I just said. Like, I do believe it's a subscription, and whether it's voluntary or involuntary, I think that's, it's said to be seen. At this point, I'm not willing to play games or roll the dice, so to speak, with a home that I'm trying to raise a family in.
I know nobody
have no
is.
problem buying the
nobody
neighboring piece of property, which I've been looking at the neighboring piece of property and talking to the owner and seeing about buying it. And yeah, I'd definitely give it a shot on that.
Well, then, let's get on it, I would think, right? Because I would think that, if we go to this meme has now been seen over 65,000 times in the last 3 days. This is Paul Unslaved AI. We made it together. This is what I would think some of our, and again, this is cool too with the financial side, because you're not wrong at all in the sense of this is all predicated upon an economic financial scheme that when it predictably goes bust, as it's designed to do, I contend, I can't prove it, over the next 3 to 5 years, we're coming up quick now, 2028, 2029, leading into 2030. All the rest, this shit is not going to matter as much, and that's exactly what it's designed to do as well, spiritually, because everyone's going to figure out how they're going to eat and what flop house they're going to rent, because they're not going to own property. They already don't, because they got to pay tax on it. So all you need is the right economic factors and the right scammed system, stock market system, like they did last time. And we know that 85% of the stock market is held by BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. And they say, Paul, you don't understand mutual funds. You don't understand pimping and hoeing. They tell you this shit so you could tell it to me.
Yeah,
but ultimately, he who holds controls, and he who controls creates conditions.
Okay, yes. And everything you're saying lines up with what I was getting to. And it's a simple thing as this. A mortgage is a government-created, government-funded, backed, and the government is the surety, right, for that product. And the bank is simply the intermediary offering the product that's offered by the government. That's regular. It's like the government's the one pimping it out. Or
watch what he's going to do right here, because he's going to go chain a title and only take it so far and forget the rest of what it all means and the implications are. Go ahead. Because you went to government and you're going to stop there, as if government isn't a stand-in replication, reflection, or representative of someone or something else, right? On multiple levels.
I mean, yeah, if we're getting all philosophical, but I'm just trying to get
if we're going to go to what it actually is that you're going to call philosophical, because all of physicality is predicated upon metaphysics, yeah, we're going to address that because it's based on cause and effect. Cause is metaphysical.
You brought up BlackRock and State Street and Vanguard and all that, and I'm saying, yes, BlackRock, State Street,
Sir, you don't
Vanguard,
think I can read your energy and tell where you're going to go? I'm so good at this. So go ahead and fill in the blanks for everyone else who can't read energy. And then I'm going to show you the difference between a cause and an effect, metaphysics versus physicality.
Okay. So
This little conversation is going to be an example of what you can't see or know that I am being, that you will come to know through the interaction. It's literally God of all media, and it reflects God of creation. Go ahead, let's do it.
I accept it. Yeah, if that's how it goes, that's how it goes.
That's how it goes. That is the content. That is all the content. I don't have anything else to show you here, and I don't need to, because that's good enough. And if it ain't, you don't know where you are and what's going on around you. Now let's get to it.
So it's essentially a mortgage is owned by BlackRock, Vanguard, all them, right?
Mhm.
Secondary markets. What I'm talking about is refinancing the debt package to where it's a bank-owned and regulated product, meaning it sits on the bank's balance sheet. An investor never touches it. It's not being bought, sold, or traded. They're not doing anything with your securities. They're not double dipping. None of that all the sob sit fluff, if I can use that term again, that people have pushed out for years. None of that happens. In fact, I believe in what I've seen with the math and the numbers, once I started understanding it, I think it actually stabilizes the economy, because from the whole perspective of all of the individualized states within the union, what leads to a better stable economy is smaller banks that have their own assets and their own books, right? The moment that we put this on the markets, it all goes tits up. Inflation gets out of control. Like it's nuts. It's total pure chaos. And the only way,
wouldn't you agree the inflation gets out of control because the currency is a non-currency? It's promissory notes backed by nothing, so it is able to be inflated and deflated at will, almost whether it's organized or.
But it's a credit. It's not like I hear what you're saying. I agree.
They're coupons for value. Why does anybody get coupons for value to get shit they can't afford right now with whatever they have? Why?
I'm not following. What do you mean?
If you can't build something, harvest it, or ask for it and get it, what makes you entitled to have something you can't create, co-create, or get based on the co-creation around you? How does that work? What makes you think that leads to prosperity? A whole generation and society of people who want some shit that they can't produce or create or get access to, and then get it based on a promise they can never keep. You don't see that as the cornerstone of bad faith and dishonor?
That they can't keep?
That they can give back what they got. You can't. If you could, you would have, and you wouldn't have needed me or whoever else. You can't, but you're going to pretend you can or say you can, and then predictably when you can't, you're going to put it off on somebody else. That is why the society is not prosperous, because you're dishonorable, bad faith, irresponsible, and unaccountable. And you want a mechanism and a group of people to try to offset that disempowered value system or lack thereof. Not the answer. The answer is doing better, being better, creating more, or being happy with what the fuck you got. And that's the one thing the majority of coward, inauthentic corporate males and slaves don't want to do. So I'm right again spiritually. The energy is all right there. It oozes out of people, and they want to focus on the world and live in it and of it, and not realize that's what got us here. So when we go back to what made us great, now I'll fill in the blanks for what I originally said. We go back to what made us great. It was a man and a woman having fucking children and creating their life out of the dirt. And they worked with their family and their friends and their community. And if they didn't have that, they did it on their own. And they lived within their means, and they were happy with whatever the fuck they didn't have to get to fulfill the hole in their heart, because they were spiritually broken and pimped on.
So how do you see that playing in reality?
How do I see it playing in reality? Exactly the way it did before they overlaid this artificial intelligence on everybody, because that's all this is. People telling me to stop using AI as a tool to generate thumbnails don't realize they're living in an artificially intelligent reality that doesn't actually exist. It's a fantasy hallucination, illusion.
Sure.
It's a fool's paradise.
But what I'm trying to understand your position of, like, okay, so raise a family. I'm down. I'm literally in the process.
How can you raise a family first and foremost when you believe metaphysics aren't the cause to physics, which are the effect? How do you raise a family when you don't know right from wrong?
I've never studied metaphysics, but I don't have a reason to think that you're wrong.
I'm asking questions. You don't have to answer them here. This is the same. We hear the same lines from the same people doing the same types of things. And then I have to give the same types of answers. How do you raise a family when you don't know right from wrong and don't possess logic, morals, and ethics? How does that happen? You mean provide for them. You mean give them shit. You mean keep them somewhat comfortable from the elements, not even necessarily safe. See, that's another differentiation we have to make here. What actual raising is in consciousness and awareness, energy and frequency, rather than just providing 4 walls and a nice, pretty, comfortable roof. And then allowing women and children to grow or lack thereof inside of these spaces without ever knowing right from wrong, or how to work toward a process, purpose, meaning, goal, value system, and procedure that brings fulfillment from the inside out. Not from the outside in, but never quite gets in all the way. See, this is the problem that we want to fish for as a solution. This is what got us here. The answer is not a new roof on a pretty house that you don't actually own, that you can't actually pay for right now. The answer was, go out into nature the way everyone else did it before. Bring your family, friends, and community with you. Build the motherfucking house to the best of your ability. Maintain it. Learn how to be self-sufficient and self-sustainable and actually own something. And not have it be property of the state. You have to disagree. Well, you could disagree.
Yeah,
with
how am I going to make
and
a computer RAM? How am I
here.
going to make an LED screen or LCD or
There you
create
go.
a SIM card? Or
Once again,
to...
even though we're here using these tools, you presume that man, once again, needs an LCD screen in order to be
No,
great,
I don't need it. But
prosperous,
to discredit the
successful.
value, like we're having a broadcast here because
To
of technology
raise the
that we're
value
using.
of
It
it
has
above
value.
again, you want to play this game that I'm discounting the value because you want to raise it above everything else. See, the inauthentic corporate male would go to an LCD screen as his god and ask, well, how could I possibly get an LCD screen out in a supernatural experience?
It's a vehicle. It's, how are you going to forge piston rings, yourself? Are you going to mine for the ore and then learn smelting? And,
Sir, there's
you know what I'm saying?
There's levels to everything. You could take it to the absolute extreme, and I even kind of did as well. But I'm communicating an idea here that America was at its strongest and most prosperous when it was at its most self-sufficient and self-sustainable. We not only do not have that in our shooting.
I agree with that.
Thank you for agreeing with the truth. We not only are not shooting for that, we're moving more and more away from that as a collective. And by the way, I'm not discounting myself from the dynamic. And because I'm a part of it, I can speak about it. So just because I can say that this might be what we need and what makes sense doesn't mean that I'm the most shining example of it. So let's get that clear. Right? So yeah, man, again, sometimes you got to go backward to go forward. Sometimes your learning is unlearning. Sometimes you got to give everything up to get everything back. So historically, and again, it makes sense because it's proportional to the amount of accountability, responsibility, principles, values, understanding, wisdom, life experience that we have. Those things are all relative and proportional. And you can argue they're somewhat subjective. They need a subject in order to be experienced or attained, but as an experience, they're somewhat objective because by experiencing them and talking about them, it sheds light on certain truths, lives, and ways that are valuable to people all throughout the ages, right? And seek they continue to be a point of reference for us to reflect back to, right? And reform ourselves and recreate ourselves. Because this is what society and culture becomes, right? Again, what's the Hopi prophecy? Something along the lines of weak men create hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, right? So it's that cyclical cycle of society and culture going from strong, empowered, inspired, co-creative, free, independent, right? Or co-creative rather than codependent. Versus where it winds up. And sir, it's obvious where we are in the cycle, right? We're a bunch of codependent. I'll throw myself in the equation so people don't think that I'm coming down on people and acting like I'm above it. we as a collective, as a society, as Americans, have become fat and dumbed down and unsustainable, not self-sufficient. We've outsourced everything on the state level or on the individual level. We went from men like my grandfather who could hunt anything, cook anything, fix anything he was cooking with, and everything in between, right? The pipes, build it all, to beings who they not only don't and can't cook their own meal, they got to have some other loser bring it to them in a plastic bin. And by the way, I was that loser, folks may remember. And by the way, I was a very good loser. I had a 390 out of 400 score door dashing, right? Because I took it serious. But yeah, we're now at a point where you not only can't hunt your own shit, you don't even have the guns in many states because it's been outlawed. Your rights have been outlawed with code and criminalized. They can and won't hunt their own shit. They can and won't cook it. They can't fix the damn grill in order to cook it. And they got some guy who they don't even know, who nobody respects each other anymore, bringing them their poison in a plasticized poison container, all for the idea of supposed success, prosperity, efficiency, convenience, and comfort. So it's all right there, right? The way forward is the way backward. Now, am I doing that or practicing that in some ways? Yes. Am I a shining example? Probably not. Are there cultures, societies, civilizations, if you want to call them that, out here who have been doing that, always been doing that, continue to do that, and will be here and be successful, sustainable, and somewhat great when everybody is chipped and vax taxed and laxed and inserted into some digital matrix? Yeah, most likely. And then you can all go back to, arguably, this is a cultural thing. This is a spiritual thing before it's a metaphysical, spiritual thing before it ever becomes physical. And in the physical world, it's a cultural thing because the root word is cult. So yeah, we got to get back to supernatural. What's natural? We got to get back to the God within and conscience. We got to get back to logic, morals, and ethics. What's co-creative and sustainable, responsibility and accountability. And yeah, like actually putting the work in on all levels so we can feel good about who and what we are and what we got. And I can't see, nor do I believe there is any other lifestyle or modality that's going to take the place of everything I just said and laid out, because that's what makes a man. See? And we ain't God here. We don't get to decide what a man is archetypally, what makes a man great. We get to come to know that, understand that, and be that if we got the heart and balls and the get up and go to get it done. That's a big if. And that's why most people in this life...
Co-creative and sustainable.
Go ahead.
You said co-creative and sustainable earlier, and like you're laying out kind of what the U.S. slave is up to these days in, like, as you put it, vax, tax, and laxed, and then kind of pointing at where people should be getting to. And I agree with that. What I have to raise a concern over is, like, no one's laying out how to get there, right? Everyone's pointing out, like, hey, we're in a boiling pot of water, and over there, it's not boiling. And no one's really articulating, this is how you get out of the boiling pot, right? And it's the same concept of when a teacher would walk up to your parents, they say, pay attention. Like they're pointing out a thing that you're not doing, which is not paying attention, but they're not instructing you, well, this is how you pay attention better. This is how you learn better. This is how you self-teach. And this is how you direct your focus towards something so that you can incorporate that information into your life and make better decisions.
Right.
And
so
that's why
there's 2 or 3 parts there. Number one, I have been doing that and am doing that. You must have missed it. Number 2, you're asking for a solution to the problem when the question contains its own answer. The problem is that folks don't have enough of their own spiritual internal guidance system that's conscience-based and based in common sense. Asking someone else on the internet to give you the answers is the problem. That Google is the problem, right? You could argue. Great tool if you let it be. If it becomes the lifestyle, then it's a great impediment because it stops you from thinking and meditating and coming to your own answers based on your own experience. Because
is that not with everything, though?
Again, there's to a point with a lot of this stuff. It's a very sharp drop off, like an electrical curve, right? It could stay steady for a point with the voltage, and then there's a sharp voltage drop at some point and a downturn. So
no, I hear you. It's like using weed medicinally, and then after a point, it becomes a crutch. It's not helping you anymore. It's hurting you. The thing that was, medically helping you is now become the problem. Same thing. It's like water. Like you drink too much, you're going to drown because you're getting rid of all the minerals and nutrients in your body. I get it.
Right. So here's the other side of it too, because I said it was a 3-parter. It's probably a 4-parter, but the third part of it is Klaus Schwab and his great global leaders, who are all either in a direct or feigning a world war right now. They've already decided what you're going to do and be going forward. And it's always dual jurisdiction here because it's duality.
I didn't give him my authority. I didn't give him my permission.
Well, you actually did, because remember before when you stopped at, hey, I have these obligations to a bank and, the bank is to the government. Well, the government is back to the people and represents the people. And they're beholden to the central bank. So you did. You just don't know it. With all your applications, registrations, contracts, various forms of record on file of who you are, and more importantly, what you're not, you did spiritually and physically give the keys over to the inmates who are running the asylum. So if they have their way and they do great reset and economic depression and collapse, you're going to have a 5 or 10 year period where people are going to learn what it means, just like they did last time, to be a hobo. Remember the hobo culture? That's where it came out of, sir. Stick over the back, a bandana wrapped with whatever you can carry in your hands, and walking down the train tracks. This isn't a new idea. If history doesn't repeat, it rhymes, and all for the same reasons with the same forces behind it. Okay? On all sides. So, yeah, we're going to renaissance. We're already doing it, whether you know it or not. It could be argued I'm a glorified hobo in a sense, to an extent. And again, there might be in this culture, I'm not in it, or I'm not a part of any culture, but from what I've studied and looked at, there's actually differences between what they call a bum, a hobo, and other words. That's a whole fascinating idea. So out of the Great Depression, the roaring 20s that was so winning and successful with the false patriotism and all the rest of it, that led to the Great Depression, we're now mimicking that, replicating that. Out of that came the hobo culture. Folks who checked out of the corporatism and the fascism and the endless wars and the central banking schemes and all the rest of it. They went to go live within their means with whatever they could create by whatever their talent or ability was, part-time. And the rest of the time, they pretty much live debt-free in nature within their means. So that's already happening. I might be an example of one of them. That's why you may not belong here and don't even know it, because you may not resonate with that. And again, I'm not saying we can't have pretty and nice things. I'm not saying there's not something beautiful about someone working towards something long term. I am in my own way doing that. This idea of hard work. There's a lot of different elements here at play that kind of have to come together in order for this thing to be what it should or could be. And again, that's just from my perspective. Who am I? Apparently, I'm just some hobo on the internet yakking. So
I don't think you understand banking. And look, I didn't understand this stuff a while back either.
Why do I have to understand banking to understand psychological and sociological and spiritual dynamics?
I get that, but it's like everything that you were just espousing, saying that, I gave permission to whoever, Charles Schwab or whoever the fuck he was. I disagree. Like
we already went over this, sir. Do we have to loop this again? I know you're in denial, but we can do as much as we want. Your house right now has a state contract you've taken out to get what you have that you can't get without them and their buddies. They all work in tandem. It all works together. Are you denying that? Like, which part of this dynamic are you denying?
I'm saying that the credit is coming out of the value of the thing that I possess.
No, the credit is coming out of you being seen as a product to them.
I disagree.
I know you disagree, but that's not what the facts show. If we go back historically, the whole financial system was changed and everybody was issued an all capital name and an account. It wasn't for no reason. It's called a social security account for a reason. So they created
a type of banking that I'm doing is not connected with that. It may be validated by it, but it's different.
You see, you have all these qualifications and these technicalities, and when push comes to shove, when we get down to power and value directly, the systems, pimping and hoeing is a better way to put it. It doesn't matter what you call it. All that matters is how it functions and what the implication is. So you have a chain of title.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, it's how it functions, and
You
that's
keep
what I'm trying to
saying you
articulate.
disagree, you agree, you disagree, you agree. You don't own your property. The state has a contract on it. You're beholden to their obligations that they set. He who creates and controls is deemed the owner. So I don't know what game we're playing here. You can tell me you know about it and you're going to do it. You haven't done it yet. So by your tacit agreement and approval and acceptance and allowing them to administrate your property, you are already in own nothing and be happy, like Klaus Schwab says. So you don't even know what Klaus Schwab is doing. You say you're not a part of it, but you're doing what he said you're going to do. That's the best pimping there is. When you don't know him or what he's about, but he knows you and you're going to do what he's about. You already, his phrase was, this slave will own nothing and be happy. That's you, because you came here to tell me how to own nothing but be happy about it. Because you're putting a new roof on your pretty house, even though you don't own it technically. Because you don't have complete control over it. Because others dictate obligations and you have to fulfill them. If not, they come and repossess what's theirs legally.
And you have a way out of that?
I didn't necessarily say that.
Okay. So
again, and again, if I did have the way out of it, I wouldn't give it to someone who won't cop to the truth and reality. You ain't ready for it. See, that's the point. You want a way out of everything you got yourself into in life, and you want other people to do it for you or with you. That's your problem. You and everyone else's problem.
Can you expound on that?
Sure. If you were honorable in good faith and all you did with your whole life was seek the truth to be set free, you got whatever I have the same way that I got it. If you don't deserve it. What makes you think I should give it to you? That's the same thing the bank should tell you. If you could get a house and pay for it over 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years, you'd have done it by now. The fact that you haven't means you can't. So why the fuck would I give it to you on your promise that you can pay it back? I'd have to be out of my mind, or I'd have to be able to profiteer off your corruption. Ding, 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 ding. The same way you profit and benefit off their corruption. Ding, 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 ding. The same way you're all in judgment because you're all bad faith, dishonorable, corrupt, and you're not living within your means for what you can receive from God or what you can create. And that's why this society and culture is built to fail. And it's got to. And not only will I not give you a way out of that, I will sit back and allow it to happen to all of us, and I will deal with whatever pain and suffering comes because I know it's meant to be. There is no other way that's going to get someone like you and others to become good faith and honorable rather than to take your pretty and nice shit and put your ass before the Grim Reaper. Unfortunately. Or fortunately. Because I can relate, right? I'm a stubborn, egotistical, prideful motherfucker too. I want to create my own reality living as well. I don't want to accept the truth when it reflects badly upon me and my character or lack thereof. But you know what? The universe, cause and effect don't give a fuck about what you feel and what you want. It's going to bring you the results of who and what you are, what you've done and not done. And if you can't understand everything I just said and laid out here, you ain't meant to be a part of what I'm doing. Not yet. So please understand it's a 2 or 3 parter, right?
There's gaps, right?
I may have a lot of understandings that I could apply. I may or may not have applied them for myself yet, but a lot of folks here are definitely not going to get them, presuming I have them because they don't deserve them because they won't get it the same way I got it. That proves, see, the word deserve is literally of serve, de-serve. Based on who and what you serve will dictate what you get here and hereafter in the physical and the metaphysical on multiple levels. So again, when I meet people and they try to tell me all about who and what they are, what they deserve, what they're entitled to. No, I know who and what you are because what you got on all levels is based on who and what you serve. Because the literal word that communicates the meaning and purpose is de-serve or of serve. It's not a coincidence or an accident why most folks find themselves in the position they do, whether it's on a micro level or a macro level. Because again, your world has to meet the world at some point. Your truth has to meet the truth at some point. Ergo, why we do this broadcast, right? Among other reasons. I mean, you know, it is entertaining, interesting, fascinating, the holographic, reflective nature of self and the universe. And I am that am. And also false self. You know, me. So, Yeah, it's multiple facets in each situation, right? Thoughts on any of that? Responses, reactions? It's usually a good sign when I drop these bombs on people who think they know and then they go quiet and silent. If they didn't fall asleep or have a stroke, it means some serious processing is going on.
I'm definitely stroking out right now.
All right. Well, it's lucky for you that our banksters and our politicos, they work together with a toxified medical system, and we have something for that. Don't worry. Whatever just happened here, your eyes went crossed, you started seizing up. We have some kind of poison pill for that. That'll take away at least the symptoms. It's never going to correct the cause and effect. Don't look for that, right? We're going to treat, we're not going to cure. See the game? All you got to understand is the philosophy of Babylon, and then you'll start to see it everywhere, and then you'll realize the corrupt, bad faith, dishonorable from the true, real, and eternal. See? And then you'll start to see
I get it. I don't go to doctors.
You get it, but you ain't got it, and we're going to get you there.
Dude, I've set my own bones. I've stitched myself up dozens of times. I've drained fluid from my knees. I had to go to a different state to get the syringes because they wouldn't sell them in my state. They made it a felony. Like I do all my own shit. I found a guy with an x-ray machine. He happened to be a dentist, and I paid him a couple $100 to take an x-ray and give it to me privately so I can take a look at it and see what was going. Like, that's my mentality.
Are you a one vaxxer? Are you? If I had to bet on you, I'd bet you're a one vaxxer and never againer.
No, the only ones I've gotten was when I was a child, and was not able to, intervene for myself in that regard.
See, shut me up.
I've been awake to the bullshit from a really early age, and it kind of fucked up my sense of social self, I guess, if you will.
Welcome.
I was a black sheep, so I made a lot of enemies.
Welcome.
But yeah,
just to be clear, man, it's not a competition, right? And you don't have to prove nothing here. I'm just responding. You ask and I answer, right? Yeah. Or you posit an idea, I pick it up, turn it around, hold it up to the light, deconstruct it, and then we analyze the parts. That's all this is.
Right. I mean, like, so if I were to break down how I found out about your channel, it was years ago when you kind of went a little viral for driving around without a license. And the reason I gravitated towards that is because I got my first car, I think I was like 13 or 14. I bought it from a neighbor who was about to scrap it. It needed new brakes, I think rotors, something else, maybe an axle or something. But I spent weeks as a teenager in the driveway fixing it. And when I got it all fixed, I wanted to jump behind the driver's seat, obviously, and take it for a spin around the block to see if I fixed it. And all the adults around me lost their shit. They said, no, you need a license. Why? I've known how to drive since I was 12. A friend taught me how to drive stick shift. Like, not only could I could drive manual, and like I wouldn't destroy the car. And everyone was like, no, you have to have a license. And it didn't click for me. What does a piece of plastic in my pocket have to do with my capacity to get behind the wheel and operate safely? And it didn't make sense. And I went down that rabbit hole. Probably the age of 14, 15 years old is what got me started. And it was around that same time that I was sniffing out all the bullshit that was being, taught in schools. I already didn't accept and agree with a lot of it. And
that's God, by the way. All he's doing is telling it's not my story. Sorry. He's telling I am that am story.
I feel like.
Yeah, I am that am story. That's God or conscience that God put there, spirit, if you want to call it Holy Spirit. It's been in all of us this whole time. And then the rest of the game is, because if you were telling my story, you'd say I started sniffing out the lies, and then I started seeing everyone was lying everywhere, so I started sniffing heroin. And hopefully, faithfully, you didn't do that, right? So it's not my.
Yeah, no, I fell off a cliff instead.
Right. See, he jumped off a cliff. Eric Trump. See, folks see Eric Trump, how they see him on TV, but here on the Unslaverian broadcast, we get a more candid behind the scenes look, right? And sometimes it can get unpretty. It can get morbid. He went and jumped off a cliff because he couldn't cope with the Holy Spirit that was put within him while he lived in a world outside of him that was anti-Christ, anti-life, and anti-American. But see, what happens is somewhere along the way, we let go of that spirit. It takes a background seat, right? And we start to get more and more comfortable living in the world, operating in the world, not pissing off the other worldly slaves around us who we say we love, who they don't know what love is, by the way. That's another morbid reality. They don't like. They'll say, Paulie boy, shut up. Don't tell us this. You're trying to cult us. You want us to not love our parents and our whoever. And I go, no, let's just be honest with ourselves and each other. You can't say that they're love able. The word is lovable, love able. If you don't stand for what's true and what's right here, if you don't have a care, means you're brokenhearted. See, everything else is bondage and attachment and addiction at that point. What people should start saying is, I'm addicted to and attached and codependent with my friends, most of my friends and family. There isn't an actual relationship because you can't actually relate to them on the deepest level, which is the heart-based and spiritual-based. What's crazy is, and this is where, again, I get what it sounds like. Take me away, Calgon, because I will sit here and tell them in the next breath, and this is Cult 101, if it's a lie, and this is the hardest part, is determining who's lying to who, when, why, and how. Am I doing it right now to myself and everybody else? But I can honestly say, in fact, even though I'm an asshole piece of shit here and call you slaves and everything else, I have 1%, even if it's 1%, ability to care about what's true and what's right, put it into practice, get results. And therefore, I have at least 1% ability to care about you folks and share some kind of divine love. That's based on the deepest level of our beingness that we didn't create, nor can we really control, while they try to ignore it and numb it out and deny it. And they'll shit on you. That's why this guy says, I was the black sheep. Why don't you say it what it really is? We're not playing a victim here. I don't give a fuck, but let's call it what it really is. It's called alienation. When you got soul and spirit and you start asking questions to the soul broken and heartbroken who are unable to feel divine love and care. Divine, by the way, of the vine. It isn't some euphoric language. It's called chain of title. Once again, trust, equity, and faith. Once again, the law, not statute, policy, and code. The law, how this place works, what governs all your relationships and everything else. So I literally have bonds with people here coming and going, whether I ever talk to them or not, or call them slaves or not, that is founded in something the rest of these people with their friends and family can't get and won't get because they're not seeking that. You can't get what you're not seeking unless you become it, and you can't become it if you're unaware that that's who and what you are at your core, and live into it and align with it, rather than, again, divide from it, ignore it, deflect from it, deny it, shit on people and police them who try to express it and bring it forth, right? That's all of what goes on. So I'll be the only one I don't care. I'll be the only one in the equation. You all don't have to agree with me and testify about me. Please don't. It'll be better for the fucking content in my walk. I'll be the only person in the equation to admit to myself and everyone else, these motherfuckers never really loved me. I never really could love them because nobody was love able in the equation. You can't be love able if you don't care about what's true and what's right. All you have is some bizarre dysfunctional bondage, attachment, codependency, and some feeler around it. And guess what? That's why most relationships are unsatisfactory and unfulfilling. Friends, family, wives, and otherwise. Because they're not a real relationship with real, true love. The first word is true for a reason. Fake love is no love at all. It's going through the motions, okay? So, again, you could get mad at me for saying that till we look.
No, I think you're right. If we could break that down further, too, like if we talk about going back in time in history and like looking at what it meant to have a community, you still were in a community with people that you might not like or enjoy, but there was still a level of love and respect for the individual.
Sure.
Right? And it was,
go to the next level. Go to the next level. We were around fucked up people who were doing fucked up shit, but somehow we felt a bond, a deeper bond and real camaraderie because on some level there was some goal, right? Some mission statement, some value system, some principle. This is, again, why do you think folks who go to prison, join a gang, or go to the military have deeper bonds with those people than they do their own parents and their own wives? Because this is the hack. There's a psychology to spirituality and vice versa. Now we just got to see, okay, this is where the power and value is. Here's how we forge eternal relationships and true bonds, right? is by going through something together. Now, what is the archetypal process that human beings go through together that they make all these movies about? Awakening, unslaving, right? Stopping the matrix from putting you in a fucking pod and sucking your life dry. But what is that going to take? It's going to take everybody on the Nebuchadnezzar to stop looking to Neo and telling him he's going to do it. He's the one. Motherfucker, you're all the one. And because you don't know you're the one, you ain't the one. And you think the guy who knows he's the one or is moving into the one being the one is the one. That's the problem. And the root core of all of it is obviously the one spiritual dynamic we get for thousands of years, which is fear or faith. We all have the fear. There's few who choose the practice of walking in faith, going past their fear, which is literally courage. And that is the one, if not one of the few things in life that we hold dear as great, right? When we go back in history, the only people we see as great are the ones who were courageous. We say, damn, that motherfucker must have been scared, but he moved ahead anyway to do what was right in the face of all this shit, trying to keep him where he's at. And that's all I'm trying to practice. I don't even have to have the answers on any of this shit or a lot of this shit. I think I have some damn good ones, potentially entertaining ones, if nothing else, cause you to question. But all I have to know is the main power and value dynamic of what this place is and what the human condition is. And one of them is faith over fear. So every time you're afraid and you want to try to cope and explain and all the rest of this shit, just know there's a choice right there. And I could see right through it because I know me. Knowledge of the self is knowledge of the universe. And I know my spirit, and my spirit wants to be free. It yearns to be free, and so does yours. You just don't believe that it's completely possible here. And then you want to come to I am that am and ask it if it is in a me form. And I tell you, I don't know, go sit with I am that am and ask it. And it'll give you exactly what the fuck it gives me, whether I give it here or not. You could get it in your own private broadcast. You don't think there's someone or something beyond God of all media, God of creation, that's broadcasting a signal all day, every day, whether you're picking up on it, tuning into it, expressing it or not? Of course it is. So you got to get it the same way I got it, right? If we can influence each other here and there, right, or provide a piece of the puzzle or give us a good line, right, to fill in the blank somewhere, that's great. But the process and procedures, the process and procedure, nobody could be above that and over that, and nobody could stand in for that, right? And if you try to, you fuck up the whole game. And that's what the secret societies understand. I don't agree with them and all the rest, but they understand that idea that you can't give certain knowledge and understanding experience to motherfuckers who aren't ready for it. And if they were ready for it, the wisdom of the universe would have already been given through the universe. See? And if you try to interfere with that process and take people to where they don't belong without giving them the rest of the story, or going through the coming of age experience, then you're trying to trick them out of their position. You're trying to put them into something they ain't ready for. That's why I laugh when the people tell me the 300,000 views. The guy goes, Paul Enslaved made me do it. I've been the one sitting here for 5 years telling you, if you're a bitch ass motherfucker who doesn't live this shit and breathe it, don't even try it, because you're gonna fuck yourself and everyone else, and I'm gonna mock you. You can't act like I'm the ones trying to tell people, oh yeah, power to the people. This is for everybody. Everybody do this immediately. No, it ain't. Because I know God judges people by their heart. Well, so does God of all media. And I know the hearts of most people out there are absolutely cowardice. Because that's exactly how the fuck we got here. So it has to be that way. When the time comes when they're ready to not have a coward's heart and be cowards in this life, they'll need very little Paul Enslaved in their life. Maybe just to stand side by side with them. To practice courage and faith in the face of cowardice and fear. And the funniest part about this is these folks who roll in groups, the cops, the military, the Epsteiners, all the rest, they're some of the most cowardly, faithless folks there are. That's why they have to get in their groups and plan all this shit out and try to control everybody else. Because at their core, they have no faith in the creation, and they're deathly afraid that they're going to be invalidated here and be proved, like I've been showing over and over again, and the universe is showing themselves to be powerless and valueless in every shape, form, and fashion. Even though they purport to be something different and dress themselves up to look like something different, that's at the core of exactly what it is. Incompetence, incapability, and or cowardice masquerading as power, value, and winning. Questions, comments, concerns from anybody? Thoughts? This country has too many blacks. Right, there it is. Perfect timing, sir. The internet is undefeated. Yes, let's welcome Private Citizen. I think he had another one of those mini strokes. And that's okay.
Yeah, I'm just stroking out over here.
Right. He decided to start smoking heroin. He heard me say I did heroin 12 years ago.
You gotta try it.
So he
Everything
figured
moderation, right?
Right.
So long as I have my vaccines in the morning with my cereal,
Right.
it's good, right?
As long as you have some kind of insurance when
Right.
because we're gonna get bad heroin at some point. And again, there's an argument because it's all perspective, right? If you ask the folks on the other side in the underworld, the bad heroin is the good heroin because it's the one that takes you away from that place and those people. And I don't like to go down that. That's a very dark road, I like to try to be somewhat positive if I can be, if not neutral. Hey, I guess what did the Spartan commander tell his 300 before they marched into certain death to attempt to stand for something that reflects a lot of the values and sort of forms of power that we talk about here, essentially to make death's inky black shadow closer to you than your own relatives. I'm paraphrasing something along those lines, right? I find that interesting. We talk about the Spartan 300s. They make movies about it. People are inspired. They can feel the power behind it, right? And even though these people went to certain death, somehow they're viewed with honor and good faith. They're viewed as great beings, right? Why? Because they faced their death, faced their fears with faith for what they believed or what they knew was true and what's right. Didn't want to cuck to the collectivists and the state of their time, right? The beta male, so to speak. And that's exactly what we have right now. They're hoping on the fact, like Xerxes, that if we get 7 billion beta males and females, they can overrun the 300. They don't have to be as good or better. They don't have to be right, true, and correct. They don't have to be honorable and good faith. There just has to be way more of them. But see, I think there's more to the story here, right? I think that whatever animates this place and all of us on both sides implies that there's more to this story before and after. Right?
I don't think numbers is going to do it. And the reason why is because it's like you got a bunch of dead motherfuckers walking around trying to tell you what you can and can't do. And as soon as one live person steps up and says something and like speaks truth into the situation, it doesn't really matter how many are in the crowd, right? It kind of all fades away. Yeah.
That's the power. Well, again, I use the term God just so we have a reference point, because there is no reference point to the unnameable, unseeable that works through everything, but also allows us to choose, right? What is that? How does that even, I don't know.
That's God. Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, it goes, okay, let's play the game of individuation and choice, right? Which is deterministic, but also random. Now go. And here's the conscience I gave you. Use this. And we do what we predictably do every time, rise and fall. And then through that looping light dark age simulation cycle comes the revelation of true meaning and purpose. And that's the thing. How do you know God and come to know truth, life, and way? By going on thousands of years of recycled incarnation cycle here, where we see light and dark just on every level, sun, moon, night, day, the masculine, feminine, if you want to look at it that way, right? That's the testimony. The whole simulation and the whole place is the testimony, right?
Do you actually believe in reincarnation and the simulation and all that, or do you just not know and think it's a possibility?
Yeah, I can't. If we do that, I'm gonna have to go the way of the quote they always fuck up with Socrates, right? And I'll give it the way they say it. A wise man knows he knows nothing. So ultimately, I can't prove anything here. I could just say so many words and stack so.
But you're. And this is the only reason I bring it up is because I hear you say it often, right? And so it's like, okay, is this something that you actually believe, or are you kind of throwing it out there as a thing that could be true? Like, who knows? And kind of shrug your shoulders.
I'm speaking a reality that we get glimpses of and whispers of that would on first look be illogical and make no sense. That the more we look at it and speak it, starts to become the only thing that makes sense. That's all that I'm really doing, right? And I'm saying I don't know it to be true, but I have a strong suspicion that there's smoke to a lot of this fire. And that if we amalgamate this information and anecdotal testimony along with our own firsthand experience, a new reality starts to come into view that makes more sense than anything else we've been shown or told, right? So that's essentially what I'm doing. I'm painting that picture, right? You could say that I'm an artist with words. I'm painting a picture. Does it mean the picture is completely true and accurate? Not necessarily. Is there a lot of truth contained within? Potentially. Does the picture relate to all of us, wherever we're at? Potentially, right? I don't have to believe one way or the other. It's going to be whatever it's going to be and go where it's going to go, right? I'm just drawing on the inspiration, right? The experience, and painting a picture with the details, with the words, and then offering it to you and saying, what do you think about this? How do you feel about it? What does it mean to you? If anything, right? That's where I get my value in entertainment, just like the artist does, whether they care or not. They get some level of entertainment or value by knowing they're going to create an imagery, put it up, and they're going to watch a whole bunch of people project onto it, receive maybe the intention that the person had, right? Project their own intention onto it, see a bunch of stuff that's there or not there, and it's then the portrait becomes a gateway to another simulation to gather more information and experience. Say again?
That's not the art that I know.
Maybe you don't know any real
I thought
artists.
art was all about splattering paint on a canvas so you can sell it for $60 million and do some laundering and get a couple kids for it.
Oh, see,
that was art.
See, he's learning here too with the dark sarcasm. He's learning quickly.
I've been doing it wrong this whole time.
Right. Well, yeah, in the world of the inauthentic corporate male, where they're looking to get some tax break somewhere, but just don't want to stand as a free man, they pretend to be an artist, splatter paint, and then do laundering through the artwork, right? Oh, this guy bought a $2 million splatter painting and mocked the slaves while he did it, and he gets a tax write-off for the whole thing, right? So win. That's what that is. Most of the time, those things, the public doesn't know what's going on. They go, these people are so fucked up. They think they're doing art. Look what they're doing. No, they're scamming everyone, and they're laughing about it because they're like, let's go rent an art gallery.
Don't talk about my good friend Hunter Biden that way.
Yeah. Well, listen, Hunter's a good guy. We love him. We love these people. Eric loves these people, but they're going to prison. We're sending them to prison. We love these. We love Hillary, but Hillary for prison. So yeah, that's what's going on a lot of the time, right? Is that people have there are certain people in this life who can see as I see, and seem to know what I seem to know, and they get off on the same things I get off on. And instead of doing a broadcast to tell a bunch of people who they could dupe on what's going on, they just go and dupe on everybody. And they go, what are we going to do today? Pinky in the brain. And they're like, not take over the world. We already have the world. We're going to mock and humiliate all the slaves in and on our world who continue to believe that they have freedom and choice and, a voice, and their feelers matter, and their life coaching and this, that, and the third, and all the rest of it. And they go, and you know what else we're going to do? We're going to enrich ourselves and each other. And we're going to prove that the slaves are stupid. And we're going to prove that we could create any system and still navigate it and be free from it while you're entrenched in it, right? And they go, splatter some paint. We're going to call you, Sergeant Pepper, splatter the paint. Where this person's going to come in and pretend to buy it for $2 million. You're going to get a tax write-off. I'll pay you the $50,000 out of that as a fee for giving me the money, right, and doing the show. And then we get out of the tax liabilities. It's just that simple, right? And then the rest of the slaves go off, pay slave tax, complain about it, get sent to war. And the masters just keep, every year they go, how come they didn't pay no tax? Because they started 15 businesses in quotes. Because they bought 15 pieces of art for $2 million a piece for a banana taped to a wall. Like, where do we start here? Where do we begin and end on just the layers and levels? That's another thing. I you know what it is? I'm tracing this all back. I remember the first time that they showed me. A lot of this is my uncle too. When I really look at it, I am like, I am him. He is me. It's a reflection. The first time that they showed me magic, and I realized that you can't believe what you see, and that there's a whole reality out here where people just practice all day, every day, how to take the rabbit out of the hat and convince you it was always in there, right? How to put the ball in the cup and then it's not there anymore, and all the rest of it. And like, once I saw that and realized that, and then equated that to everything else I was seeing, I go, oh, this is it. This is what it is. It's magic. This is dark magic in this place. Is what's going on here, And again, I'm entertained by that. I'm fascinated by that. I go, ooh, look, he's going to do the rabbit in the hat thing again with the slave. Watch. And then there it goes. Did it with a Donnie Trump again, you know, pulled the billionaire rabbit out of a hat who's going to save us again. They did it again. And everyone went, wow.
So long as we don't stop sending more money to Israel.
Well, listen, we need that. You need that. You need to just start seeing how what you don't want is exactly what you need on all levels. That's where the growth and learning is. Just start embracing all the things you don't want, knowing you need it. Send more money to Israel. Do it all. Fund the slave terrorists and pretend they're organic. You know, keep voting, getting more. You need more of it. More of it's going to cause you to learn, right? That's how you get closer to truth. It's by realizing you've been lied to. The only way you realize you've been lied to is when you get fucked over and over again. That's it. It's that simple. So I used to think we were supposed to wake everyone up and then convince everyone something. No, I now realize what it actually is. Just convince everyone to continue to stay asleep or do whatever they've been doing and manifest one giant orgy fucking for themselves and everyone else. And then that will be the flashpoint catalyst to another Renaissance event, right? And it's already happened and happening. All right, give us some final words. I think I'm going to wrap up. We're going on almost 4 hours somehow, some way. Every day when I come on here, I come on and I say, I plan on doing an hour. And then I do 4 more. And I'm hurting. I still have pains and health issues, and I have to nurse myself and care for myself. I have to be at rest. This God of all media thing, you know, this eternal truth, life, and way is just very taxing on my body. Give us something, citizen. Private.
I appreciate the call and the broadcast. I like listening in. And for me, I did get the notification as soon as you went live. I saw it pop up on my phone, so I just want to give that feedback.
All right, well, someone got it, so that's good. See, maybe that's all this really is. You know, is that whoever's meant to get whatever they're meant to get, they're going to get it, regardless of what I or everyone else does. You know, so I have to have faith in that. If not, I'll drive myself and everyone else crazy. I guess I already have or am. That's it. That's your final word. That's all you got for us.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your time, and I mean, I guess final thoughts is more of like what I would wish or hope for us as a community. Like, get to know people, like find who's in your area that you can actually go link up with in person that has like some level of sanity, that's not going to, you know, do a bunch of steroids and cocaine and try to like murder you in your sleep. You know what I'm saying? Like find people that are solid, that don't have more like red flags, and like link up with them and build something. You know, you can get a piece of property, put it in trust. Everyone has a parcel, like do whatever, like, because at the end of the day, I do believe like we're going to have to rely on communities in the old school way once again, because like for the longest time, my mentality has always been like, the best remedies are like lost in the past. Like when I wanted to learn something about medicine or whatever, I went and tried figuring out what they were doing in like the late 1800s or later. And same thing with building, same thing with some like different aspects of technology. Like a lot of the stuff is going back. And I think a lot of people, whether you're in like a faith community or whatever it is, I do think we have to go back to go forward, as you said, like an hour ago. And if you have kids, pull them out of public school. I don't know what the fuck you're doing sending your progeny to go get indoctrinated for 8 hours a day and fed goy slop, some shit with no protein in it that does nothing to cultivate their brain. The brain requires animal fats. I don't care if you're a vegan, that's a fact. You know, do good for your family so that you can actually leave a legacy.
Now, I'm going to correct you there. You do know what they're doing. They're paying off those nice, pretty houses and those new roofs they got on credit. At least he's got a good sense of humor. That's good. You're going to go far here if you have a good sense of humor.
I don't think you understand what I'm breaking down.
All right, I'm busting your balls and I'm pointing to an idea. The idea is still real for everyone, even if it's not as real for you. And this is just our first interaction here that I remember, unless you've been here before. But again, you're more than welcome back. You want to show up here regularly, throw some stuff out there. I think you got some good perspectives, even if I don't agree with them, or even if objectively they weren't founded in truth, they lead to a back and forth and to whatever I've called now a broadcast. So,
right.
Not only no harm, no foul, but it's exactly what it's meant to be here, good, bad, or indifferent. So, I look forward to more of that, man. I'll actually encourage you in between. Well, hopefully, like you said, you're not sending your children, if you have them, to public school to pay off that new roof. But in between whatever else you're doing, make a list, come up with 10 ideas, 10 things that you believe that you could say, there's no way that there could be any holes in this, right? Or this is what the average person believes. And then let's shoot holes in it if we can. That's part of what we do here. Okay. And I think it causes all of us to question.
On any sort of topics, or is there
whatever,
a particular...
man. I'll whatever's garbage I let go, whatever I can work with I latch onto. So I'll do all that work, non-work, right? You just play the role either authentically or inauthentically, because it's still relevant to all of us, right? You can't meet an NPC slave that doesn't have, like you say, meet with people who don't have red flags. Everybody's got red flags. The key is to have more green flags than red flags, rather than the opposing dynamic, right? So it's like, hey, I got a bunch of red flags here, but there's some green flags as well that we want to think or want to believe redeems us in a way, some shape, form, or fashion. I think that's kind of the idea. And that makes sense spiritually, right? Is that everybody is falling short of the grace. Right. Everyone's falling short of the grace, but we have something that works with us, or some idea we shoot for that is the green flag redeemer. So yeah, man, I think that's the idea here. And again, if you ain't got that one or few sets of green flag redeemer, then all the other red flags are what take you down, right? You can't be saved, you can't be redeemed, because you don't have the good faith and the honor. That is a Christed dynamic, you could argue. That's why I think the Christed dynamic has to be explained more in archetypal power and value systems, and what the being was bringing as a representation for a practice and an experience, versus another cult of personality. We already got enough of that. If you couldn't tell with the White House lawn and Donnie and all these Patriots hearts. All right, get the hell out of here.
This is boring. Right on. All right, peace.
We'll see you later. Private citizen. I don't think he gave a name, but whatever. What's in a name anyway? Oddly enough, the majority of folks' names, when you go to what their name means, is a bunch of stuff we're not living into that points us back to the archetypal, right? Like me, my name is essentially, what is it? Let's do it right now. I actually just forgot. I got the last name. I think the middle name. Brian O'Shea likes this. Shout out to Brian O'Shea. I texted him a week or two ago. He's still alive. He's around. I guess he's having his ups and downs like we all are, right? So I try to show him some love and give him a good word. At some point, I'd like Brian O'Shea to come stay wherever I'm at. We'll go do some Vegas content, whatever it is. But yeah, I've grown to love Brian O'Shea and some others here. I think they're good people. They have a good heart, and more importantly, they stay out of my way and they don't fuck with me and whatever busyness I'm involved in. Let's do it right now. Proof that there's a reality here we didn't create. We just keep passing it down. In that reality or that experience is archetypal value and power, systems, meaning, and purpose. What's the meaning of this name? This name. There we go. Paul is a unisex given name. I think that means that it thinks I've only had sex one time, and I can understand why. For many reasons, why this program thinks that I'm unisexed. I'll have you know, AI bot, search engine creature, I've had sex at least 2 times with 2 different people. Okay, so I'm gonna have to put in a retraction for that. I'm gonna have to make a complaint. Paul is a unisex given name of Latin origin, derived from the Greek name Paulos, meaning small or humble. Well, I'm definitely not small, and there it goes again. Maybe it's talking my genitalia, which I'll have you know I'm above average technically. Okay, let's not go there. Or humble, which of course, as a god of all media, I am very much so, as we all know and see. I'm one of the most modest and humble creatures out here. I'll go ahead and give myself credit for that right now. It is one of the most common names in Christianity associated with the Apostle Paul. And this is where we need to do some background checking. Because they'll say humble, and everyone will start talking about humble and what that means based on what they feel. Well, we all need a reference. Humble etymology. Hopefully it doesn't come from Humboldt, in which case Hannah's going to start telling everybody that they're a slave and they like rock down and policy or piracy.
You show stupid. You vote for pedophiles.
Right. Okay. Come on, Hannah, please. Etymology of humble literally means low, lowly, and on the ground. Well, there you go, folks. You folks have been coming around here for the longest time telling me I'm narcissistic. I need to get more humble. And you don't even know I've been the most humblest motherfucker in these broadcasting arenas this whole time. Lowly, low life creature. That's me. I never purported to be anything different. I literally said I get it out of the mud in every way. Spent a lot of time not with the inauthentic corporate beta males and females, but with the black YNs growing up, right? Very humble. If you really look at it. Okay, so that's humus. Humus itself comes from the root earth. Okay, so that might be like man and land being synonymous, right? So humble would be a synonymous idea to, earthly, not necessarily worldly in a cultural sense, but earthly, right? Back to the earth, back to the supernatural or the natural. Because I contend super could mean above and beyond, or it could also mean very. I use it to mean very in that instance, very natural. The earliest sense was physical lowness on the ground, which evolved into social lowness. Imagine that. For all the people who come here and tell me I'm not humble enough, but don't know what the word means, and prove that they don't care about truth because they've never sought a definition for the words they're using, because they want to be their own gods and they want to be gods of other people too, and tell Paulie Boy, a god of all media, by the way, that he is not humble enough. Really? Why don't you go and ask all the inauthentic corporate males and females in society who make channels all about me and videos all about me that get hundreds of thousands of subscribers and views? Ask them and everybody who shows up if I'm not deemed to be low on a society level. I'm beyond low life on a societal level to the average person. I'm a conspiracy theorist, crazy, anti-statist, sovereign citizen. I'm as low as it gets. So we've satisfied that definition there of humble, not what we felt that it meant, like quiet and weak and meek, and you just shut up and go along to get along, and you're nice, kind, and polite to everyone. You respect everyone even though they don't deserve respect because they're not respect-able. Right, that's not what humble is at all so far. Let's get some more. Maybe there's more here as it moves and it changes somehow, somewhere. Humility is a synonymous word. The state of being humble shares the same Latin root. Low rank in society is one of the words meaning shifted. Like I'll give you an example. Maybe you want to live in a 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom house that you didn't pay for, that somebody else owns, that you were entitled to. And you want to keep that and have that, right? And I give up an apartment or whatever else to go live in a tent or even a trailer. Because it's funny, all the people telling me that I'm not humble enough with enough humility, when we go to the actual definition, I'm all of that in certain ways and way more of that than they are. I always find that fascinating. So there you go, folks. We just did it right now. We just proved right now that most people are full of shit. They have no idea what anything means. They make up their own meanings and purpose for things, and that's why they're lost and confused and generate little to no successful results repeatedly. And that's why I take them apart and I show the folly and the error, and I recommunicate it in a way where we all can process it and practice something different. So, right. NG, it's so weird. I always felt like this, but accepted the way the world was until Paul showed me we have a choice and never occupied. Nude Guru responds, on the flip side, it's weird to me to even hear that coming from a mind that never opted in. Well, that's the point, is that I'm real, regardless of what I say and do and show or not. I'm real because my story's always been the same on some level. It's never changed. What is the real if not the eternally unchanging? So if you look at me and who and what I am on certain levels, I am the same way yesterday as I am today, as I am tomorrow. Isn't that what Jesus spoke? Supposedly, if we believe that. And then you go to these other folks around here who want to talk about that. And every year, every 3, every 5 years, they're a new person. They got a new look. They got a new act, a new LARP, a new philosophy, a new ideology, a new way of beingness. Nothing they're really practicing, though. So then I guess you have to deduce, is this real truth, life, and way, or is this real pride and ego, right? Where does it all go? That's always the most important question. You could argue that's proof on some level of an absence of pride and ego, somebody who has from the beginning gone within and tried to work with or understand or align with their instincts and intuition. That's not me, that's I am. For folks who talk me, they need to understand the difference between me, and I am that am. See, it's you doing the me, wanting to live life your way and the way of every other me around you. I was the one who went away from that. I've walked away from that. I put everything down. When they told me in various venues, I don't care if it's in middle school, high school, professionally. I've been told so many times in my life, Paul, you're intelligent, you have talent, you could be so successful here. You just got to do this, be this, suck this dick here, blah, blah, blah. And I walk away from it. I don't want to be a part of it. My spirit rejects it. You folks do it. You folks would love to do it, and you have done it everywhere in your life. You just haven't been given any opportunities, right? I've had to turn down opportunities over and over again because it doesn't resonate with my spirit. I'm not bitter and resentful about that like some of you out there. In a way, that's what makes me who and what I am and what I'm not. So, yeah, that's the practice, that's the program, that's the process and procedure. Not becoming something that everybody can accept, accepting the truth that the majority can accept that's going to help you become what you've always been meant to be. Go play that back, whatever the fuck I just said, and try to sit with that and process that. That's my final word. Paul is a sannyasi, one who has taken up the renounced order of life. See, a lot of these statements are very extremist and absolute. You know me, I could be extremist and absolute, more extreme and absolute than anybody, but I can't accept that. The sannyasi, according to you, if you want to use that term, one who has taken up the renounced order of life. Okay, so I misread that. You might actually be, or we might actually be in alignment there. One who has taken up the renounced order of life. Yes, if you mean what you're actually saying there, then I misread that. I thought you said one who has taken up renouncing the order of life, and I was going to say no, it's exactly the opposite. We're taking up the order of life that's been renounced and denounced by a collective who is anti-life, anti-Christ, anti-American, right? And again, that term you just used is really just a position in any one of these plays we call a civilization or society, right? It's a title and a position that essentially the universe gives a certain type of person to do certain type of work. If you want to call it that, it's really a work non-work. It's really an unlearning, as I say. But yeah, there's different terms for this. Shaman is one of them. You know, it's basically the alienated outcast who has a connection to some reality that, if we let it be, makes him insane and crazy. If we let it be, allows him to give us a peek beyond the veil, right? As long as you can distinguish what's the truth, life, and way, or the universal communication, and what's the rest of his personality disorder as a result of living as an alienated outcast for most of his life, right? There's got to be some subjective personality disorder that creeps into the interaction, right? So like that's you guys' work and job if you're gonna have the experiences. I guess that's the fun of it too, right? That's the entertainment, determining which is which. If it's any of the more benevolent or beneficent experiences at all, might all just be self-deception, denial, projection, cope, and all the other things we talk about here. I'm doing it. I'm just way better at it. You know, explaining it to myself and others. All right, back who knows when. We've been rather regular lately. Special thanks to contributors and supporters. You allow me to exist here. Well, hey, there we go. There's that other perspective again. I guess the other perspective would be, fuck you, contributors and supporters. You allow me to continue to exist here. See how that works? But yeah, I think we get it. I think the ones who matter get it. The ones who don't, and that's okay because they don't matter. Not yet. When they do matter, they'll get it, and if not, we'll help them because we seem to have gotten it. What do we got on the way out? Did I ever upload my video here? I meant to. I've been meaning to do a lot of things, and okay, I did. Proper instruction motivates people. Gorilla Gems. A Gorilla Gems gem on the way out. We love this song. We love this person, these people. And shout out to the Unslavian chat creatures, and of course all the slaves as well. Okay, we love you. We need you.
Tremendous loser.
Don, please.
We have losers. We have losers.
All right, let's get to the music.
They turn birthright into paperwork, stamped your spirit with a barcode, but laws written on your heart ain't signed by any court. There's a license for your living, permit just to pray. They rebranded what was given, tried to bill you for your day. But my breath ain't on their balance sheet, so don't fit their frame. When the maker writes the mandate, every tyrant looks the same. They tax your time, then sell it back in smaller screens and quiet apps. But freedom's first a mental map. You want out the maze, then trace the trap. I was rolling through the circus, feeling small in every ring, till I realized I'm the lion that forgot he once was king. They condition you to kneel, then call it safety when you stay. But courage is obedience to higher voice than state. Proper instruction under this people. Proper instruction under this people. Gorilla. Proper instruction under this people. Proper instruction under this people. Gorilla. Yeah. Fighting just the system, I'm a victim of my pride. All the jail I ever slipped in was the one behind my eyes. Envy was my warden, comfort was my cage. Had to crucify my ego just to really live this faith. They love you weak, always asking for a favor, hands out. But the blueprint in your bloodstream screams stand up, branch out. I was waiting on the leader, then the silence hit me hard. If I won't lead my own habits, how I'm speaking for my God. So I fast from all the poison that they're piping through the wires. Feed my mind on higher fire, let that scripture lift me higher. If I govern every thought, that's a kingdom in my chest. Then no paper crown, no paycheck ever tells me what is best. No proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. They can seize your gold, never steal your glow. Chain your body, never cage your soul. Every statute small, next to one true law written on us all. Proper instruction, no that is people. Proper instruction, no that is gorilla. Proper instruction, no that is people. proper instruction. Know that it's gorilla.
Selling freedom for a fee. Pockets lined with promises that never set you free. Touchdown position, head low, comply. But truth don't live where falsehoods lie. A tri-fold solution for a problem you make. Teaching how to bow while the real ones don't break. What you sell ain't freedom, just a cage you choose. Making you a better pawn in a game you lose. Lost scholar, what's the price of your word? Speaking in circles, yo, your truth is blurred. No roots, no honor, no ground to stand on. Your paper throne crumbles in the palm of your hand. Delete the laws, yo, put the laws in the land are not in codes or controls that you can't understand. Teaching folks how to bow, yeah, making good hoes. But every pimp knows how the same game goes. Chant PLQI, you think vengeance will save, but you dishonor the truth and you dig your own grave. The tri-fold shield won't cover the fool. Nah, you fools who sell hate just keep feeding the fuel. Lost scholar, what's the price of your word? Speaking in circles, yo, your truth is blurred. No roots, no honor, no ground to stand. Your paper throne crumbles in the palm of your hand. The wise don't kneel, they don't break or bend. Yeah, they walk in the truth where your lies don't stand. No scripts in their pocket, no pose to assume. Yo, your words are a joke, delete flaws and read the room. What's freedom to a man that peddles a scam? Who speaks no truth and hides behind another man? The scholar's just a shadow, yeah, ghost in disguise. While those who walk steady, yo, see through the lies. The truth don't fold, nah, it don't fit in the trifold. It's carried in the heart, not in stories retold. Yo, you teach the pose, but you're lost in the fight. Claiming you know, but you're just trapped in the night. Yo, you say do this, do that, and you'll be free. But you're just getting pimped, yeah, you just don't see. Codes can't bind the ones who won't play. The wrist loses power when the truth finds its way. Lost scholar, what's the price of your word? Speaking in circles, yo, your truth is absurd. No roots, no honor, no ground to stand. Your paper throne crumbles in the palm of your hand. Yo, so fold your trifold, take your seat. The game you're playing is a game of defeat. The law stands strong where you can't pretend. What's built on lies will only break in the end. No touchdown poses, no gimmicks to sell. Yeah, the ones who know the walk steady and well. Lost scholar, you know your lesson's undone. You're just a pile of wet rags drying out in the sun.
This woman is harassing and stalking me, and I like her to stay away from me.